Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the August 6th meeting of the Millis School Committee. My name is Carrie Roach. I am the chair. We will start off by taking roll call. Robin Briggs. Here. Mark Catalano. Mark Conroy.
Here.
Superintendent.
Here.
Steve Catalano.
Here.
And Denise Gibbons.
Here.
Great. No teacher rep. Well, we have admin here, but no teacher rep, no student rep. There's no typical open session. We have, I guess I forgot to say that this meeting is being recorded and can be available to be watched on YouTube. I'm just gonna let everybody know how this is gonna run tonight. So we're gonna just do a quick school committee meeting minutes in a minute, and then we're gonna go right into the fall reopening plan. You're going to hear from a few people, Nancy, Joan, John, and Terry, and then we're going to take a pause and we'll look at the YouTube questions from anyone that's out there watching, and we will answer questions that are relevant to what you have just seen, and then we'll hear from the school principals and the admin team, and then we'll pause again after that. So let's get started with approving the school committee minutes from 7/21.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Gibbons.
I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from 7/21 as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, Nancy, we are on.
Good evening. We appreciate your time and the time of the families who are tuning in at home during what would normally be a nice, relaxing time of summer. We are going to be presenting tonight our proposed fall reopening plan, and we will not repeat everything that we presented 2 weeks ago, just the highlights. But I want to direct you to our website for that preliminary plan, which is posted under the Millis Update section. It's a little laptop graphic, and if you click on that, you will be able to see more details, and after this evening, we will be posting more on our website. First of all, I want to thank everybody, scores of people, from all stakeholder groups that have helped us develop a plan that meets and exceeds all recommended safeguards and procedures to help make the fall reentry as safe as possible for all. Our goal is safe, high-quality, equitable educational experience for all students. And there is generally a very strong commitment among all of us that education is essential for all students. There is an article recent article from the New England Journal of Medicine called Reopening Primary Schools During the Pandemic that I wanted to reference, written by people from the Harvard School of Education, Graduate School of Education, the Chan School of Public Health, and the Division of Infectious and Global Research at the University of St. Augustine in the United Kingdom. And I quote, this is from a section called Why In-Person Schooling Matters. Children miss out on essential academic and social emotional learning, formative relationships with peers and adults, opportunities for play, and other developmental necessities when they are kept at home. Children living in poverty, children of color, English language learners, children with diagnosed disabilities, and young children face especially severe losses. I can't emphasize enough that children need school, not just for education, but for their mental health and other essential services that families rely on for food, counseling, special education, etc. So, Jen, if you could please click on the video. This is a video. Department of Education has a strong working group, and this is from the Department of Education working group physicians.
how things are going related to COVID-19 in the state of Massachusetts, we actually have a lot to be optimistic about.
We've done a phenomenal job of getting our rates of transmission down. We're viewed around the country as a leader in developing strategies to reduce the spread of infection. Getting our kids back to school is really only safe because we've gotten the rates of transmission down to a low level, and continuing to drop. If we were in another state, we'd be having a different conversation. There will be important measures that are going to be implemented at each individual school to make sure that kids stay safe, kids and teachers. One of them will be social distancing. We're going to keep kids apart. We're going to rely heavily on the use of masks, which we know are highly effective at reducing transmission. We're going to rely on hand hygiene. We're going to really require children to be washing their hands or using hand sanitizer frequently over the course of the school day. So one of the most important things that parents and families can do to support safe return to school is ensuring that they're only sending their children to school when they're well. Every day we want parents to ensure that their children don't have any symptoms that could be a sign of COVID. We know that classrooms are going to look different than they did last year. They're going to be configured in a way that's going to maximize the safety to both students and to teachers. The first difference that will be noticed is that the desks are going to be spaced further apart. We know that not every classroom will be able to achieve 6 feet of distancing, and that's safe, provided that children who are in those classes, as well as the teachers, are wearing their masks. In addition, they're all going to be facing forward, because we know that sideways transmission is rare. And with those strategies in place, distances shorter than 6 feet can still be done safely.
So because of what we've learned about the virus itself, we feel comfortable that the plans that have been outlined are a safe and effective way for our children to return to school this fall.
I'm an infectious disease physician, but I'm also a mom, and there is nothing more important to me than the safety of my kids. I really believe that we're putting together strategies that are going to protect our kids and the educators in the classroom to make it safe for them to go back to school. My children are going to be going back to school in the fall, and I am really confident that they're going to be fine.
Thank you. So we believe in the Millis Public Schools, with the plans we've developed, that we can reopen at all 3 schools in ways that keep children and staff safe, and to serve all families, especially those least likely to be able to provide tutoring or who may be unable to miss work, and for those who are not secure in food or income. There is very much a regional approach to this, because Massachusetts, you see the graph in the lower right corner. This is a Johns Hopkins article that came out, a study that came out recently, that Massachusetts is over on the far left with 13 other states. There are only 14 states that Johns Hopkins says really should consider reopening with in-person education because of our transmission rates in Massachusetts. And moreover, beyond that, Metro West and parts of Massachusetts have also lower rates of transmission than some of the more eastern or more urban areas. So a regional approach is important to consider. And we've been planning in a wide group of superintendents in the Metro West Tri-County region, and have the vast majority of those districts have landed on a very similar hybrid model to what we are proposing in Millis that we'll go over quickly in a minute. The commissioner has stated that the vast majority of districts in Massachusetts and New England are, from our preliminary responses that we sent in, are planning to reopen either in a fully in-person or a hybrid model. Our calendar will need to change, because the Department of Education has provided 10 additional training days so that teachers are much more adept by the time students come in a hybrid model, much more adept at providing a high quality of instructional service during that time. So the number of school days for students has been reduced from 180 to 170, with those 10 days going for teacher training front-loaded at the beginning of the year. So what we're proposing in Millis is that students come back on September 16th, and that prior to that, we will have a couple of days of orientation and training, some of it remote, some of it in person, for both students and families, so that for the hybrid portion, for the remote portion of it, students and families are better able to navigate and utilize the technology tools and the programs, and be trained in the schedules and protocols and all the things we will have in place to ensure safety. So I will turn it over to Joan Lynn, our Director of Curriculum, who will briefly describe our phased-in model.
Good evening. As Nancy mentioned, we have a phased-in model, phased-in approach for how we're looking at getting people, teachers, staff, as well as our student staff safely into the Millis Public Schools. Nancy mentioned the first 10 days of being professional development, as well as helping teachers to get trained and acclimated to having some students present with them in school, as well as some students at home. And so we're calling that phase 1 of our approach, and that will include setting up their learning spaces, making sure that some orientation has happened with families, so that there's a strategic approach to how this September version will be different from the emergency version we were dealing with in March till June, of how we first dealt with the remote situations. So as phase 1 gets to that point of September 16th, a hybrid model, which will be phase 2, will start. And that will be, again, following the 1 to 2 day of orientation for families and students on how remote will work, and the schedules, and our principals are going to share that with you shortly. But it's also about looking at the protocols, the safety protocols in schools, so that everybody is aware of what's being done when students are in the building, as well as expectations for what's happening while they're working remotely from home. So following that 2 days of orientation, making sure that everyone is on the same page, so to speak, of how we're going to go about doing that, then phase 3 starts, which is actual instruction. And we're aiming for the September 16th date for that. And that will be in this graphic here actually talks about the model that we're looking at. So we're looking at dividing pretty much the numbers of students in half. And so students will come to school in cohort A on a Monday, Tuesday, and in cohort B on Thursday, Friday. So when they're not in school, obviously they're working remotely. And again, the principals will share with you shortly what that schedule looks like, because again, it will be different than it was in our March through June version of remote learning. Wednesdays for everybody will be a full remote day. So in this phase 3, students will be present in school for 2 days out of the week, and they will be remote for 3 days. And that, again, each principal will share the schedule, because they have some time where all of the students will be doing the same thing, whether they're remote or they're in school. So there'll be some explanation of what that looks like. And again, there could be a small population of students, and I believe Dr. Marks will talk about this, students who will potentially be present for all 5 days due to special populations of students that need to be present for that. So as we continue down that road, then we reach phase 4. And phase 4 then is that constant reassessing and revising. I think as each of us have gone through this process, and we have spent a lot of time in looking at all of this, that we're also looking at refining and becoming more detailed. So with that, one other thing I do want to mention is that there is a model that allows families to opt out of being present here, and that is a full remote, that they're not connected with the teachers in school. And I believe Bob Mulaney's going to talk a little bit about that, and then Nancy will bring that back too. We have not settled on all the details of what that will look like, but parents do have the option to completely opt out and have a complete remote experience for their students as well. So with that, Jen Starr, our Director of Technology, is going to talk about the parent survey.
Thank you, Joan. Jennifer Starr, Director of Digital Learning and Technology. Following our report to you guys back in July with a preliminary plan and a proposal for having a hybrid remote learning model, we surveyed families to get some indication of where they lie as far as their preferences for returning to school in the fall, based on what we had proposed and what we knew at that time. And so basically, the total respondents was 564 families, and of those families and their responses around their preference for returning to school as either a hybrid learning model or remote learning model, fully remote learning model, 84% of the families that responded expressed a preference for coming back in a hybrid model, and 16% expressed a preference for remote learning model, but also expressed that they might like to do that for a short period just to see how things were going with the hybrid model. So there wasn't a total disinterest in having the hybrid model, but more caution. And we did collect some comments from them around, what were their concerns, and they're pretty much the concerns that we've all heard around safety and knowing, what the numbers would be, what the metrics would be, and just knowing more about facilities. We also surveyed families around getting an idea of how many would buy lunch and how many would be bringing lunch. About 24% of families said that their child would usually buy lunch. And the extended day survey, whether parents would need before or after school extended day time, ranged at about 12% of families saying they would need extended day. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Engler.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is John Engler. I'm the Director of Operations. I'm here to speak about the facility slide. In the areas of the entry and exit, we have developed designated areas for bussers, walkers, and staff. They'll all have sanitizer stations. Regarding safety measures, we have isolated isolation rooms at both buildings have already been established. Exhaust fans and univents have all had their semi-annual preventive maintenance. We have already placed some plexiglass has been installed in certain areas and offices. Regarding protocols, there will be signage throughout the facility, throughout the buildings, following CDC guidelines, such as continue to wash your hands, 6-foot distancing, as well as additional markings will be along the floors to help with that 6-foot distancing. I'm not sure if you saw the signs when they came in, but they're on your right-hand side as you came in. The last item will be cleaning and sanitizing. Following DESI guidelines, cleaning disinfectants, sanitizing supplies, and PPE have all been purchased. High traffic areas, bathrooms, handrails, and door handles will be disinfected throughout the entire day. That's it as far as facilities go. I'm going to hand this over to the operations, which is Terry Williams. I don't want to mess that up. I don't want to mess that up.
Terry, just for anyone that's coming up to the microphone, there's a lot of people online saying that they're having a hard time hearing people. So I don't know if we
So I will try to speak up.
speak up a little. Yeah, I know the mask and the microphone.
Okay. All right. My name's Terry Wigan. I'm the business manager. And there's really kind of three areas that we put into our operations. In transportation, DESI guidance has finally been issued, and we've incorporated it into a transportation plan that we've been working on for some time. Our early bus registration results suggest that we may not be needing an additional big bus. And part of that also comes into play that Bus 21, which we thought we were going to have to take out of service. We've been advised by state inspectors we will not need to take out of service if we get it repaired. So a couple of pieces of good news there. We are probably still going to need to buy a van, by the looks. We are recruiting drivers actively. You'll start to see some of our vans and buses, those that are traveling around, have magnetic signs on them. And then, of course, we've advertised in all the usual places, including our listserv. And we would encourage anyone to talk to us. We will train. So you don't need to know how to drive a big yellow bus or a van. We will train you to get your license. In regards to food service, we are anticipating, at least initially, a reduced use of the food service program, at least at the start of the year. Also, the food service program is going to change. In the traditional way we've done things in the past, students could come in and they could choose what they wanted. In this environment, we have to actually select the meal and create the meal and give them the meal, so to speak. So it's a serve versus offer. We are going to probably need, I won't say probably, we will need some additional equipment, and we will probably need some additional staff at least to start the year until we see how the system works out with feeding in classrooms, which again is probably how we are starting the year, feeding in classrooms. And then there is extended day, which we've been working on for some time, and I would commend the director, Jean Noonan, who is technically on furlough and has not so technically been assisting us through that time in developing plans. So we have a better idea what spaces are probably going to be available to us at the Clyde Brown School. That's been a big help. And what we can do to develop a before and after school program. We really have had strong both survey results, but also anecdotally just emails coming in to people saying they want the program. So we're really looking at trying to develop that program and get it back online. Right now our target date is October 1st or before. Probably won't be able to open at the beginning of school, and the largest reason for that will be we probably will not have enough staffing at the opening of school. And on that, Madam Chair, I believe you want to take a break for questions?
Yes. A few questions regarding facilities. John, we're not doing UV sanitation, right? Are you using UV lights at all? No, so just the regular disinfecting chemicals.
Actually, Terry can add something.
Okay.
That's not entirely true. We actually are looking and considering an ionized unit that we can use for some of the items that we use in school. I'm thinking right now that some of the toys and manipulatives we use an extended day, but there are other items in school we could use them for, particularly at the elementary level as well. And that is something that could be funded by the grant.
Okay. So there's been a few questions about HVAC study and air quality in the middle high school. Just to clarify for the audience out there, the mechanical study that we were able to get for the middle school, high school was just that. It was a mechanical study. It was pre-COVID. It was meant to give us an idea of useful life, replacement costs, and a replacement plan. It was not intended to give us airflow and that kind of thing. That being said, is there an update that you can give us on the middle school, high school, and what you guys are doing to take a look at that?
Well, I'm probably previewing a little bit of a memo that's coming out a little bit later that we'll discuss, but there's
Right.
really a couple of different things. One, John mentioned, and it's very important to note, that the current system is not only going through its regular preventive maintenance, but as part of that, I would say, to say they're going through a deeper cleaning than they might normally do is a very fair statement. The second thing is that we've engaged the vendor that does our regular repair for that system to say, you know the system as well or better than anybody. What types of things can we do with the middle high school system to increase the air circulation, the air ventilation? It is a 24-year-old system. It is a unit ventilator-based system, and without getting into the details, it's a lot different from what is in the new Clyde Brown school. So there are some limitations. The third thing that we have investigated and is available to us as a consideration is there are a limited number of architects/engineers that have been pre-selected by the state of Massachusetts that we can engage without going out to bid, that can come in and do actual airflow studies and look at equipment and say, okay, given your existing equipment, from a licensed architect, licensed engineer standpoint, these are the things you can do with it. Now, the other advantage that you may or may not get from doing something like that, there is, and I'm going to describe them as rumors right now, that there may or may not be some state funding coming down for replacement of systems like ours. However, probably not full replacement, and obviously it requires going to town meeting and a number of things, so
Sure.
let's not pretend we're going to get
So,
funding for replacement, and if we did, we wouldn't be here.
right, I
obviously,
mean,
in time to open schools.
and that's great, but, and it's great for the study and all that, but reality is that's, weeks or months.
Right.
So for now, to start a school, we're doing, so there was a question, and I saw it, the MERV rating for the filters are 8 and 9, right?
Right.
And to supplement that, it looks in, and I have your memo in front of me.
Right.
We're going to supplement, sorry, if you want to go through it, with air purifiers, increase the airflow within the rooms with exhaust fans on, box fans when needed, air purifiers.
Yeah, part of the limitation is that the existing motors that we have in the system probably won't support a MERV 13 filter, but we looked and we believe, and one of the things we can do, again, relatively shortly and in time for the opening of schools, to get air purifiers that we can put in virtually every room. It's a practical solution.
Yep.
It's a viable solution. And then again, windows open, box fans. It's kind of old school, but it circulates the air, and frankly, it was one of the early and consistent recommendations that we've seen from both OSHA and the CDC.
Okay,
Madam Chair?
yes.
One quick, because I just did see it pop up, which I had in my head earlier, two pieces. One, just because I just saw it, and it is, basically we have there's a general appreciation that airflow at Clyde Brown is fine.
Mm-hmm.
What is the MERV filter used that's at Clyde Brown? Do we know?
I honestly don't, I can't answer that question right now.
Okay.
I know we're finding that out. The other thing is what's in it now, its capacity is.
Right.
probably greater.
The,
Yeah.
the reason I ask is one thing is just, unfortunately, the HVAC study we got was not at least what I thought we were getting when we asked about air filter and air quality study and understanding a few weeks ago. But just because if we don't know what's in Clyde Brown, it doesn't necessarily mean we shouldn't do it, that the air,
John says 10.
all right, so,
That's what's in Clyde Brown, is 10.
Currently,
Yes.
so
Thanks, John.
it's not 13 in Clyde Brown.
Yep.
However, but unfortunately, what gets me about this, we know we have the air filters, what they are, but we don't know right now how good the air filter in the middle school, high school is. We don't know.
We don't know what the air exchange is. Right.
Right, like we don't know.
Right.
And we're, unfortunately, for a decision to be made tonight, we're not going to have that.
Not the airflow in the high school, middle school, correct. But we do have a list of
And are all of those
things that they're doing
Right.
without knowing the airflow. These are all of the steps that they're taking to ensure that the airflow, that air is moving through the middle school, high school. But you're right, we don't have something that says,
or something that says these steps take it from whatever it is to some level. All
Right.
of those things are going to improve it, but we don't know if it
where a
improves it.
starting point is.
Right, and how good the improvement value is.
Right.
I would agree with maybe one caveat. What you do understand is that this school is based on a unit ventilator system. Unit ventilator is a heating system. It's not designed as a year-round air circulation system. Okay, so you do have exhaust vents. You do have ways of circulating air in the building, but in a room, okay, the core unit that's in a room, unlike the new Clyde Brown building, okay, is a unit ventilator that is primarily designed as a heating unit, okay? And so it's a much different situation than the Clyde Brown, which is designed to constantly recirculate air. So again, there are some things that you do know about the core system, the differences and disadvantages, quite frankly, of the two systems, beyond the age, obviously.
Madam
Mr. Catalano.
So I'll direct it to Terry, but it could be John. What happens on October 19th when it's 42 degrees and we can't run the windows open, or whatever date you pick? At some point, this is New England, and I understand that these are a bunch of mitigation factors, but some of these involve having open windows and open doors. And so this is maybe a little unfair to you, but there's a point where we have to figure out what happens when this building buttons up. And maybe we're opening up windows at 4:30 a.m. to try before the school starts, and just try to get as much air flowing. But eventually, we're going to have to shut the windows at some point, wherever that is, October, November, and they're going to be shut for a while during the normal thing. So that's something to take into consideration. That is a new building, and you're right that it's designed to flow air. We just happen to have circulators on the heaters, right? It's not blowing heat, it's just running air. But then the doors are going to shut, the windows are going to shut.
So I believe the recommendations, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you open up all of the windows and do full air exchange for 2 hours prior to the building opening. So you circulate the air for 2 hours, and then you do the same thing after the building is
So
vacated, John? Am I correct?
That's what the guidance is, that's what it's timed in. But Steve, once the heat kicks on, then
Could you walk over there?
Yeah,
Only
because people
on
can't
YouTube
hear you.
I apologize. So once the heat kicks on, then each room also has its own exhaust unit. Then the exhaust inside the room work properly. You'll still be bringing fresh air. You'll still be circulating, but then it'll be going out. There's an exhaust vent that's in that helps.
So it's blowing fresh heated air in, and it's sucking the stale air out.
So it's actually bringing in the outside air, correct?
Yep.
The fresh air. It's going through the vent. It's going through the filters. It goes
Heating.
through the room, and then there's another vent on the opposite side, another exhaust vent that will exhaust the air.
So is the system more effective when the heat is on?
That's how it's designed, correct. So
Let's turn them on right now.
Everyone will fall asleep.
I'm joking, but is there any way to, this is your world, this is not my world, is there any way to stop the heat from coming out but still get the airflow from the system, or is it totally triggered by the heat?
It's triggered by the heat. There is a way. Again, it requires a study, more controls, more things happen. But we are also looking into other options of utilizing that exhaust in the room on an opposite way, where if we could leave the dampers open, the bring in more of that fresh air as well. So Control Point has been fantastic. They've been willing to work with us. We're 3/4 away of hitting all the rooms what we need to hit for them to come back and to potentially put together some numbers together, because we haven't heard from CDC. We don't know what the guidelines are. We don't know what the exchange rate needs to be. But at least, as you've requested, we know what we'll have if and when those numbers come out.
Can I ask one more?
Yes.
And so part of the problem, and you don't know this until we bring someone else in, is that we have a system that's beyond its useful life, right? Or right on the edge, if not there. Are we getting our hopes up that the system can support some changes and modifications to bring in more air? Or is this a reality? Is there a potential that we could get the existing system that's beyond its useful life or right at the edge to do the things we need it to do? And if you don't have a good answer, that's fine.
I really don't have an answer, but again, it will require a study for that to happen. We're at 25 years with this, but everything, since I've been here, we've been doing, semi-annual preventive maintenance on it. So everything seems to be working fine. As far as us replacing motors, I don't think we've replaced a motor in 2 years now. So I think the system is working fine. Your boilers are working fine. It's just that we're in a scenario right now where, we're looking where we wish we had what we have next door, and we don't have that.
So last question, Madam Chair. How quick could we get someone in to do a study so we could know if we can make these modifications or changes and what that kind of cost would be?
So Terry has started looking into some organizations or some companies. Control Point is willing to come out and give us some documentation. Again, they can just give us what our readings are presently, and then we can see where we stand at that point. Until the CDC and someone tells us, you need this amount of CFM, you need this amount for exchange rate, we don't know what we're shooting for to begin with.
I understand.
So until that comes through, at least I'd like to think that we'll be prepared, because we'll have the numbers, hopefully within a couple of weeks, of what we actually have established. And we've been going through the process to make sure we can get to that point. I think we're doing a pretty good job at getting to that point. And they're backed up because they're everyone as well. So as soon as those numbers do come, they will put a graph together and put a chart together and let us know where we stand.
Thanks, John.
Madam Chair? Just one question on one last. On the flip side of pumping the heat in and taking the windows out, we had in the plan what we reviewed is the identification of heat index days where the building would have to be closed. Do we have any idea how often that may be the case? I mean, obviously you can't predict the weather, but or just an idea of what temperature it would be that would trigger a heat index. Is it 85? Is it 86? Is it 80? Just to understand, how many days in September, early October, are we likely to have to close the building anyway because it's too hot out and we can't be open? Is there any way to?
There is a chart that's out there that gives you that, and it's to the point of where we feel where that line would lay, where we want to cut the limit off.
No, I'm just asking, if we had any idea, last year, would that have happened 3 times? Would it have happened 6 times?
No, Madam Chair, beginning of the school year was very hot for quite a few, 3, 4, 5 days in there. So as part of our plan, and I don't have it open in front of me, but we have included the heat index.
Right.
And we will be, obviously with masks, et cetera, the need to stay hydrated, we will be much quicker to just say it's a full remote day for everybody today, and call that, or what I try to do is call it the night before so that families can make plans and not wait till the morning. We can look at what the projected temperature and heat, humidity, and the heat index are, and I forget, I can't tell you exactly how many days, and I forget the exact temperatures, but we are committed to, especially for the middle school, upstairs. A couple years ago, we installed more ceiling exhaust fans to get really good airflow, and that has helped in the middle school. It's similar to if you're in the gym and standing near the doorway and the doors are open, there's a strong, good breeze, and so we did that in the middle school, but it still gets very hot, and we will just try to, the night before, call it and say, everybody's remote today or tomorrow.
Ms. Briggs?
I have a couple of questions. My questions are about the isolation rooms. Are those negative pressure rooms? And if not, how are you keeping the germs from like spreading into the rest of the school through the vents?
They're not negative pressure rooms.
Okay.
They're rooms that have just been isolation room, just to isolate that individual from everyone else, and hopefully in as a short amount of time as possible.
Okay.
And until they can get picked up.
Okay. And then the other question I have for you, John, is has the PPE and cleaning of stuff arrived, or do you know when it's going to arrive? Will it be here in time for the start of school?
Yes, I feel pretty confident that all the PPE will be here. We have at least 2/3 of everything at the moment.
Okay.
As far as disinfecting and chemicals, we have everything that we need on that end.
Okay, great.
We're just waiting on some back orders of things that we're doing.
Sure. Okay, and then my last question about that is the fragrance and stuff inside the hand sanitizer or soaps that you're giving to kids, or is it for kids that have allergies? I just wanted to make sure that it's something that all kids can use.
So we're promoting mostly washing your hands, especially over Clyde Brown. They have a sink in every room.
Sure.
So a lot less Perel over there. Over here, we'll probably have more of that. And we're looking at more of the alcohol aspect of it, and I mean, we can get the ingredients off, and if we need. I'm not quite sure of any other allergens that might be coming through there. There's no fragrance.
Okay.
Just the alcohol.
Okay. I think some kids have sensitive skin, and just wanted to make sure that it's something that all the kids can use.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Catalano?
John,
You're next.
Terry mentioned on the food service an extended day that we would possibly or will need to hire more staff. Are you adequately staffed in your operation to handle your normal duties and then obviously the extra duties for the cleaning and the multiple cleanings? Or is there going to be a need for more or additional staff or part-time staff or overtime? How are you staffed up?
So we, I think we're fairly strong with the staff. We have discussed if we need to bring anyone on at the moment. I'm kind of hoping to see how we stand as far as, we'll be putting a schedule together as we've done for all the camps that we've had already, and how we have contractors coming over there if and when we're doing disinfecting. And we'll establish something together at that point, and if we get to the point where feel like we're falling behind, then I think Mrs. Gustafson's fine with us going forward with possibly bringing on a person who's just doing that sanitizing while the kids are in school. I like to think besides that, we should be able to handle everything else.
Okay.
Ms. Gibbons?
Madam Chair, thank you. I think this one's for Terry. Sorry, John.
No problem.
Look how quick you get.
Yeah, right.
So Terry, my question is actually related to transportation. In the plan, I've noticed that we had on the transportation plan a potential solution for asking parents to drive on short notice if we get into a situation of needing transportation.
But I would hope it wouldn't be short notice, but we did do, that is an option, and that was something that DESE actually even, again, recommended today.
Okay. Okay. So I think your comment on hoping it wouldn't be short notice, I'm just thinking from a logistical perspective, it might be very difficult for parents to drive on short notice. And then my other question was, I noticed that it says, what is if we don't have enough drivers for buses and vans, that one of the other options might be to train other school staff to do that. And even for the general public, if we were to take folks that applied, how long does it take someone to get certified, and what's the cost to the district?
Well, we normally have 2 trainers. Right now we're down 1, so we have 1 trainer. For a CDL license, assuming somebody passes first time, it's 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
So it does take a while to get the CDL, and that is the license obviously we most desire. For the 7D license, that's the van license. That is a much quicker license. That is, I'm going to say, I said 2 weeks the other day. I'm going to hedge a little bit and say 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Typically a much easier license to get through, certainly the driving part.
And one final question. If we were to go today for opening school on the 16th, do we need more people in order to support, do we need more drivers, either vans or buses, to be able to support that on day 1?
I believe we're going to need a van, which right now we believe we can get through a grant. But we could open and do a little jockeying of vans and make it work. I think right now, based on bus registrations, we actually, with the repair of Bus 21, we will be able to transport everybody we need to transport on a big bus.
Great. And drivers? So vehicles, yes. How about on the driver side of things?
On the driver's standpoint right now, I'm cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
What this committee did, I think it must have been last year, with the increase of wages, has really helped us with recruiting.
Mr. Catalano.
Madam Chair. Terry, if I'm not mistaken, when we went over the transportation budget right at the end of the last fiscal year, I believe we did, although we did have we wanted to keep a certain amount of money in there for emergencies. I think we did have the ability to purchase a van if absolutely necessary. Is that, I'm putting you on the spot, I don't have my folder.
Well, if we had,
I know we transferred somebody.
We're kind of wiped out in the transportation
Okay.
fund right now.
Okay, so that's question 1. And then on the drivers, do
Yes.
we have van drivers who are CDL drivers but prefer to drive the vans, or do you pretty much have the van drivers are 7D and the buses are all CDL?
We actually have, I believe we have 1 van driver who has a CDL. And I believe that driver does prefer to drive the vans, but does have a CDL. So we could move on a temporary basis, and I believe that driver would do so, into a big yellow bus, as long as we made the commitment that as soon as we could move the driver back, we would do so.
Okay, thank you.
So there's been a few questions on here. A lot of questions I think are going to be answered in the next portion, so we'll wait, but there is a few that I think we should at least answer or go through. Nancy, the first one I think is for you, and they're asking, will educators' children be able to attend in person all days?
So that is something we are working on, and also the state is working on. If it does not occur at the state level, we are looking at a reciprocity agreement among districts so that basically teachers are considered essential, and that their children would, we'd work with the district to have them attend in both cohorts in Millis if parents teach elsewhere, and for Millis teachers work with that district for Millis teachers to have the children attend in their home district. I have had a couple inquiries about that and working with teachers, and our staff survey that will go out next week will gather that information. And at least in this region, we know superintendents are committed to that reciprocity.
What if a teacher here, their home school is remote only, so they don't have if they're not, if their children can't stay in a cohort? What are schools talking about in that way?
So some teachers have inquired about choicing into Millis as something they're looking at.
Will that drive our numbers up too high
So
for,
that-
the
That
point of
is
having a hybrid?
the caveat. So it has to be a case-by-case basis where all the districts are gathering this information and
Okay.
making sure it does not, our cohorts are very low, very small in number, at the elementary especially. So it would, we obviously would need to make sure it doesn't increase it, because we are committed to the 6 feet everywhere, 6 feet of distancing. And I saw one question was, are we at 3 feet? No, even though the video talks about 3 feet being 3 feet being safe with masks on in Millis, we will be 6 feet and masks, so it's double protection.
Do we know what the numbers would be per school for, like we said, roughly half? Do we know what that is?
The principals do, yeah.
Okay.
You mean
Well,
what
we don't know
what they would
yet.
need for hybrid? So they put on what they would need for hybrid?
No, like what, we talked about a hybrid being like about half of the grade or
Right.
half of the class. I'm just concerned if we start to add that
Yeah.
it's like we need to have a cutoff point.
Right, so that I address this at the end of the next step will be, once the committee votes on a model, then we will get that information out to parents and ask them in August to make a commitment to the model that they choose. And at that point, we'll be better able to determine whether we need to adjust the cohorts, and the principals will talk about. Generally, we're using an alphabetical approach for that, but we are able to, adjust a little bit, and depending on what percentage of families choose to stay fully remote, that needs to go into our assignment of students to a particular cohort.
Okay. There were a couple of questions regarding the parent survey that went out and the methodology around the lack of the option of people choosing full all-in. Can we just talk a little bit about the thought process of just sort of testing the hybrid versus full remote and not having that as an option?
The plan we submit to the Department of Education in our preliminary plan was we were required to develop a plan for all 3 options, and that's what we did. In conversation with school committee and gathering more information and taking a look at the what we know at this point with all of our guidance, et cetera, we decided to take a phased-in approach to at least start with hybrid. That allows us to refine all our procedures and protocols with half the kids in the building at a time. And then after a period of time, and we commit to a hybrid model for the month of September, then the idea would be we could, if all's going well, cases are dropping in Massachusetts, et cetera, whatever the metrics are, then we could go full in person. And but we decided to start hybrid for that reason, to make sure everything's running smoothly and that we're confident that we're able to keep kids safe, and then could move into, the full in-person model.
Madam Chair?
Likewise, if things go in the other direction, then principals will talk more about this. They've developed approaches so that we can be flexible and responsive with scheduling, so that if we can go full in, it'll be a routine and a schedule that kids are familiar with. And if we have to go fully remote for everybody, then it's still a similar routine and schedule.
Mr. Conroy.
Can I just say, the main reason why the all remote or all in option on the survey wasn't there was because we can't fit everybody in at 6 feet.
Right.
It was just cut in your eye. That option was taken off the table just by the facilities that we have. So the
We
only
can
way
at the elementary, but not at the high
right
school.
for the entire district, we could not get every student in at 6 feet. So all in was just not feasible.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So Durham had said that families could opt for full remote, and I was wondering if they were tied to that, or if they could move into the hybrid model, and how long that would take. And then on top of that, you had said that there was going to be, and maybe this is the next section that you're going to talk about, I don't know, but maybe the remote people would be in a separate, they would be taking out of the class into a different teacher. Like, what does that mean? Can you explain that a little bit more?
I think if we go
Sure.
through the presentation, a lot of that is going to be discussed.
Okay.
And then we can circle back to the questions on that.
One other just logistics question that I'm seeing just around lunches, and if this is going to be answered later, let me know. They're asking, if lunches are all in the classroom, how do we handle children with food allergies? That can't be around. Will the whole class become?
Right. As always, there will be specific planning for students with food allergies, and we are aware of those and already talking about the accommodations needed for those students.
Okay. All right. I think a lot of these questions I hope are going to be, and well, I know will be answered going forward. So why don't we continue?
Good evening, Madam Chair and school committee members. It's so nice to be here with you tonight. I'm Tana Django, the principal at Clyde F. Brown. I do have a few updates for you since our last time together on Zoom. So I just would like to go through those a little bit with you now and then answer questions at the appropriate time. We are planning the orientation for students and families prior to the official start of school. And this allows for more connections to be made right from the get-go. Students have an opportunity to meet with their teachers and parents to speak with the teachers as well. And we're doing this because we believe that those connections are key to student success in the classroom. So we'll be making appointments for small group meetings with teachers scheduled for families of kindergarten students and families that are new to the district so that they can come in, meet their teachers. We'd also be giving them a tour of the buildings just so they can kind of familiarize themselves with where their students will be. And this also gives us an opportunity to make additional connections with those families as well as answer any additional questions that they might have. The other grades 1 through 5, will also be scheduling small group sessions for their families so that they would also have an opportunity to meet with the teacher and talk about initial routines and things like that. Just again, those connections are key for our students, and we want to take every opportunity to make those strong connections with our families. The cohorting section of the presentation, we are looking at using A2L and Z to M as a guide for creating our groups within the classrooms. We're giving priority to families across the district who may have someone at Clyde F. Brown and someone at the middle school and someone at the high school. So we're making sure that those family groups stay together in the cohort across the district so that one parent wouldn't be on one schedule for a high school child and a different schedule for the elementary or middle school child. So we're paying close attention to that so that we can make sure that those groups stay together. I've already gone through, we do have some mixed families, so last names are not always the same. So I've already gone through to begin identifying those to make sure that the middle school and I are matching those students to the correct cohorts. We're also paying special consideration to identified groups and making sure that we are providing what those special groups might need, or those identified groups. We're making adjustments as we go, as we begin to get further along and have more information and data from parents to be able to balance the classrooms so that it is an equal balance from the Monday, Tuesday, and the Thursday, Friday groups. We're also keeping in mind the academic and social and emotional needs of our students throughout this process, and we're prioritizing students for in-person services for students who have disabilities so that they would be able to receive those services in person. So along with developing the cohorts, we're also developing schedules that would minimize interactions among classrooms to try and keep our cohorts as small and close-knit as possible. I have a sample schedule that I'll go through with you that will look at the 3 district models, and I can kind of walk you through what a day in the life of a student in person would look like, a remote person. Then if we're fully remote, everyone would still be following the same schedule that we have for that we have established through our hybrid model, so that there's consistency, the students would understand the routines, the parents would kind of know what was going on because they've practiced it a little bit, and that's, again, having that hybrid model gives us an opportunity to practice and build those routines for our students so that they will be more successful in a robust hybrid, or in the event that we had to go fully remote to that. So I'm going to pop over to our schedule. So in the far left, you've got, a time. We would arrive in a staggered model for the students who are coming into the building. We'd start with our 5th grade and let them get into the building first, and then work our way back to the youngest kindergarten students.
Is there any way to maximize your screen a little bit? Just kind of,
I'm sorry,
It's a
Jody,
little
we don't
small.
have this in the packet, right, Jody?
no,
Okay. I can't see.
yeah,
Does that help?
yeah,
Thank
up there, and it'll help on YouTube too.
Um, So as students are arriving, we would have our oldest students coming in first, again in a staggered approach. Our remote students, or our students who are Thursday, Friday students, would be at home getting ready to start their day. They might be doing some independent reading or work as our students are arriving into the building. Then once everything is settled, we would have a morning meeting, which is typical of any school day at the elementary, in an elementary setting, where teachers would prepare students for the day and review expectations and things that might be coming up during the day. So our hybrid students would be joining that morning meeting so that the whole class would be meeting together. That another connection with the hybrid students so that they're not getting lost in the shuffle or feeling like they don't have that connection. So after a short morning meeting, then you might go into an English language arts block where, again, the initial part of that time, at the beginning, you would still be with your hybrid and your in-person students so that teachers could set the expectations, go over the objectives for that lesson. Once that 5 10 minutes period of time was over, the hybrid students would then go into a teacher-recorded mini lesson that they could view independently and then work on any of their lessons, assignments that might be online and offline, because we want to make sure that we provide a balance of online and offline activities for our students, while the teacher is working with that small cohort within the classroom. The hybrid group or the remote group would be independent. They might then go through, get through their English, have a snack, and take a mask break, because we do feel that that is very important for our students. It's hard for us to wear them all day long, so we want to make sure we're building in appropriate breaks for our students. At home, we would encourage parents to, give their children a break at that point and some free play opportunity. That we might then go into a recess time. We have looked at our fields so that we can cordon off a class going to a section of the field to have some structured play activities. We've worked with the extended day coordinator and come up with some really great opportunities for some structured games that would maintain the social distancing for our students. And those would be structured physical opportunities for them to be outside. Your hybrid students who are at home would be doing some activities, wherever that fit within their parent schedule. So it kind of gives a little bit of flexibility within each block. If once we have gone, children are going to the recorded lessons, there's a little bit of flexibility in that time period, so that if they need to wait a little bit to do some of the recorded lessons or homework, there's some flexibility built in so that they would have that opportunity. After recess, we might be looking at coming in and going to math. Again, we'd start with whole group instruction, including our remote students for the hybrid model, where the teacher would again be checking in with students, connecting with students who are at home, reviewing the objectives for the lesson and kind of getting them set up. They would then go into their teacher recorded lessons to watch those and then do their independent work. This also gives an opportunity for small group interventions to be worked in there during that independent time as well, for the students who are remote as well as the students who are in class. Lunch will be in the classroom. Your question about allergies, I've worked with the nurse to identify that we're placing students who may be bringing something with tree nuts or eggs or any of the allergens. They would be eating outside the classroom. The people who are allergic would remain in the classroom, so that that food would never go into the classroom and be opened. It would be at a table outside the classroom where the students would be able to dispose, clean their hands, so that nothing is taken back into the classroom. Once children finish with their lunch, they would go back. If they're outside, they would go back into the classroom and immediately wash their hands. Our unified arts would be scheduled throughout the day, as it typically is. Again, we would bring the students back together to touch base with their unified arts teacher to get a quick overview of the activity or what they're learning that day, and then they would go off into some independent time watching a teacher recorded lesson and then participating in the activity that was set up for them. After the unified arts time, we might go into some project-based learning, science or social studies. Again, we want to always, the beginning of each lesson or each transition to a new subject area, we want to bring the class back together to review the objectives for the lesson and then send them, release them to do their work and watch the lessons, and then the teacher would be working with the students in front of her. At the end of the day, we would want to again, come back together, possibly do a read aloud, some open circle time, again, to be building that base for the schedule throughout the day, as well as making those connections, stronger connections, and more often with the students who are remote. The wrap up would begin. Then students will be dismissed again at a staggered rate, with our youngest students being dismissed first. If they have a sibling who is older, they would come down with the younger sibling and then get into their cars at that point and be dismissed. So that's kind of what a day remote would look like. It would follow the same schedule. There would be more independent time because they would not be with the teacher throughout the day, all day long, but they would have more check-ins with the teacher to build that connection, and a little bit of the accountability too, so that the students know I'm going to see the teacher again in an hour and a half or 2 hours. So they're building that rapport. Escape.
And I did share.
I'll wait till Pana's done.
I shared the presentation so that school committee has the links to the schedules, so you can pull those up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I sent that, shared it.
Because it didn't work, the PDF
Sorry.
didn't, the links didn't work in the PDF.
Just, yeah.
Sorry, kids. I have to have my glasses to see little print. So then, just for additional precautions, we are having all students. When we last met, we were just having grades 2 through 5 wear masks. Now we're requiring all students wear masks, K through 5, just as an added layer of protection for everyone. On arrival, they'll be coming into the building, sanitizing their hands with some hand sanitizers. We've got those stations set up. As they arrive, they'll get hand sanitizer as they go in. When they're leaving the building, they will also be sanitizing their hands again. So there's a lot of opportunity to make sure that we're getting their hands cleaned. The priority, as John said, is to make sure they're washing their hands, because that's the best and safest, but we also want to build in those opportunities for them to sanitize their hands as they're moving throughout the building.
Ms.
Madam
Gibbons.
Chair, thanks so much. And am I going sort of out of school here by asking a couple of questions based on this one? Do you want me to wait until we see?
No, go ahead. I think it's probably best if we do that.
Okay. Would you mind linking to the schedule again, if that's
Sure.
easy to do? Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, that may
Okay.
be
So
too large.
I just want to make sure that that I sort of am understanding it correctly, and then I have a couple of questions off of that.
Sure.
So it looks like in the hybrid model, the in-person students and the students in the cohort that would be at home are learning the curriculum at the same pace,
Mhm.
but via different mechanisms.
Mhm.
Okay. And does that mean that the teachers will be creating curriculum for live delivery, and then also recording those mini sessions for the cohorts that are going to be at home?
We will need to do some recording of those sessions. We have options. We may have all students watch the mini recorded lessons,
Okay.
while the teacher is there with the live students as well as the home students. We're working on what's going to work best for students and teachers.
Okay.
There.
And then on the fully remote students, so if they opt for fully remote, those mini sessions that are in those different blocks, so in the times when they're not with the in-school and the hybrid cohort at home, for the times that they're not with them via Google Meet, those mini sessions that they're attending, is that prepared by Millis staff, or is that from external sources?
That is something that we have yet to determine for the families who choose to go fully remote right from the start. That's something that the superintendent is working through. So I don't have that answer yet.
Okay, so there is a possibility that it might be delivery by non-Millis Public School staff.
Yes, and we addressed that at the end of the presentation because we just got that information yesterday from Department of Ed.
Okay.
So I'll address that.
Okay, so I'm not sure. And we'll need that full remote model for day one, regardless of what model we start, because I think it's probably safe to assume that there will be some subset that are going to opt for 100% remote for their families.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So just piggybacking on what Denise was saying is, thank you, first of all, for all your hard work. Are those full remote kids will not be in the classroom, like in that class cohort, so.
That's yet to be determined.
Okay, so we don't know that
We
yet.
don't have that information yet.
Okay. And then I was wondering what a mask break looked like.
We are 6 feet apart within the classroom, so the teacher may say, okay, we're going to, take our masks off and maybe read silently for 10 minutes. So they would be seated at their desks, or we would go outside. Teachers will have outdoor spaces, learning spaces assigned for students and teachers so that they can take them outside, spacing them fully apart. They might say, okay, you can sit down, take a mask break while I present this, and then put the masks back on.
So if the kids are sitting 6 feet apart the whole day and the kid hears, you can take your mask off now because we're 6 feet apart, what if the kid doesn't want to put it back on because they're saying I'm 6 feet apart? I guess I'm worried about the mixed signaling. If you're saying the kids are sitting in their 6 foot space all day because they can't move, and now you can take your mask off because it's okay, we're distance, but that's how they are all day. So I guess
It's the modeling that the teachers are going to be doing too, and students will often follow what their teachers are, the expectations. We do have occasionally a student who isn't interested in following that expectation.
Sure.
And, we will have staff to help support and work with those students to help them understand that we do have to wear this. We are giving them a break, but when it's time to put the mask back on, it's time to put the mask back on. So I think setting some really tight expectations for our students at the very beginning, letting them know this is the time that you can take it off, and these are the times that you cannot, will help students. We're talking about creating some visuals for them as well, visual supports for them as well, so that we're not turning it into a negative, because it could quickly go, put your mask on, it could go very negative. So we want to create some positive visuals so that we can just remind and point to students and help them in that way and try to keep it as positive as possible.
Okay, so just to follow up again with that, we are telling our children that when you're around people, you need to wear a mask. So if a child is uncomfortable taking their mask off or being in a space when other people are taking their mask off because of what's happening or being heard at home, how are you gonna, what's the procedure there?
Well, if a student doesn't want to take their mask off in a break, we're certainly not going to ask them to.
But if they don't
If
wanna
they're
be around other
uncomfortable, no, and I understand the uncomfortableness that might present. We haven't gotten that deep into our discussion about the masks yet. We just wanted to make sure we could provide an opportunity, and it might be that we do it in a different way. We haven't, that question has not come up yet.
Okay, or
So-
even faculty that are uncomfortable with in a space with their no masks on. Just, I guess, food for that.
Madam Chair, I think generally we're trying to purchase shade and tent options so that masks breaks would be outside. But also in Clyde Brown, we have very good wide media center hallways in the center of the room where kids could spread out in the dead of winter, in the bitter cold, or when it's raining. Or the gym, larger spaces, but generally we're thinking of mask breaks as an opportunity to get outside.
Can you talk a little bit about the Spanish immersion program and how a fully remote Spanish immersion program may work? do we know yet?
Similarly to what we're planning for everything else, there would need to be more probably in-person connection with that because they need to be practicing the language at home in a fully remote model. We don't have that definitively defined yet, but we're anticipating that it would work very similarly.
Okay.
We do
Nancy?
have.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We do have the assistance coming from Spain and some Spanish immersion assistance so that we could have more time speaking to our students in Spanish and instructing them in that way. But we haven't delved deep into the Spanish immersion yet.
Okay. And I guess this is a question for you. If there are families, if we go hybrid and there are families that opt for fully remote right from the beginning and they are Spanish immersion families, is there, we're talking about there may be another option, there may be a non-Millis option. I think we just have to, there's a lot, and I'm seeing a lot of questions around Spanish immersion, so if we don't have those answers now, I think that's something we need to.
Right. For Spanish immersion families that, and we'll again talk about the people who choose to stay remote in a little while, but for Spanish immersion, we got the information, the vendors, Department of Ed had to put out an RFP. They have 4 responses. Yesterday we got the 4 vendors. We have the cost of that, but we have not had time to explore whether they have Spanish curriculum. I believe a couple of them do.
Okay.
But you're right, I'm not prepared to speak to that tonight.
Madam Chair? A couple of questions. This is just because there's a lot on the younger side, it might be. Can we talk a little bit more about the specifics of like exactly what day-to-day is going to look like? So for example, entering and exiting.
So students would stagger the entrance. We're going to be having buses come in at their typical entrance that they used last year, and students will come in the front 2 doors. If we will be letting students out.
But do they have to line up 6 feet apart outside?
We will be.
I'm asking,
we
like,
will
let's
be
walk through
keeping
what
them,
it's really going to be.
Yes, we are going to have monitors to help keep them maintain that 6-foot distance. Once they enter in our kindergarten, will go right to their classrooms. They don't have to go up the stairs. The stairway will be a one direction in the morning. It's wide enough that we can have the 6-foot distancing and have our 3rd, 4th, and 5th go up the right-hand side, and our 1 and 2 go up the left-hand side and maintain that distance so that they can go directly to their wings without the intermingling. Once they get into their classrooms, the day would just begin as it.
Are they going to be when they come in? It's not going to be just, okay, let them all just walk in and go to their lockers and cubbies and.
They would go into their classrooms and to their seats. It's going to be very organized and structured for them.
I guess what I'm asking is I think that's one of the things that collectively across everything I've kind of reading and whatever is, I don't think there's a lot talked about in terms of exactly what the protocols in the building are going to look like. Personally, I think everybody knows, okay, the desks are going to be 6 feet apart and you're going to have to wear masks.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I'm not sure, and I don't think we have, partly because you didn't have most of these guidelines until like a week ago, but I kind of want to talk through like exactly what that entrance, what the hand washing protocol is going to be, how many times they're going to have to wash. Also, what is when it comes to lunch, like how is food, and this may not be you, I'm just, because we're talking about it at the school level, like what is lunch going to look like for kids? We heard when we met last time, everything has to be disposable. So does that mean kids are not allowed to bring ice packs unless they're disposable, thermoses, so that's then limiting what can be brought for lunch, like you had mentioned earlier, like kids bring eggs. You're not going to bring eggs, you can't bring egg salad if you don't really want to, unless you don't want to keep it cold, if it's
Right.
got to sit in a paper bag all day. It's just kind of, can we, and maybe it's not at this part of the presentation, but at some point, can we talk about what, you know, how often do kids have to wear masks? Are teachers required to stay away from their kids 6 feet away? Because I think at the elementary school, a lot of discussion is about, you know, building relationships with kids. How can teachers interact? And I think it's important that we have a discussion about if there's 10 kids in the room and a teacher can't get within 6 feet of any one of them, it's not anywhere close to what it was. And so I just, again, at some point I'd like to hear more about the specific protocols that are going to be involved in the building so that we and the public and everybody watching and parents really understand what it's going to be when we get back into the building.
We have begun to develop those more specific protocols for exactly how we're entering the building, exactly the hand washing procedures. Those are being developed now. They're not fully developed yet, but we are looking at entrance protocols, hall walking protocols. We know that the lunches are going to be delivered to the wings and classrooms, so that we're minimizing the interaction. But we don't have those fully developed yet. It's still a work in progress. But we are working on those. So, and as soon as we get those finalized, I'll be happy to speak more about those.
Madam Chair, just one other question. So I don't think that it's happened very much, and maybe only it was this week, but I think there have been some extended school year sessions that have been happening inside the Clyde Brown to try to acclimate some students to being back in the building.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if those are planned to be continued or not, but could we possibly look at kind of the practice that is happening with those students and what, if any, impact it's having on time of learning? So how much time are the logistics eating into, if you will, the learning time for students? So I don't know if we've looked at that, and again, I think that's very recent that started back up inside the building. But maybe if that continues, or as we start up in whatever model that we're in, it's just one concern that I have as far as having to space out, having to stagger, bathroom for the students 6 feet apart, how we manage that, how much time do teachers and students actually get to take, and what the impact is on them as far as time and learning.
And that's something that we do have to look carefully at. I know that Dr. Marks has worked carefully with the service providers for the students who are coming into the building to address the needs more specifically. I haven't observed that, so I don't really have the answers for what they're doing specifically, other than she's worked carefully with them.
Yeah, and I bring it up only as sort of a data point. Like, we've had a little bit of that to just take a look at. So not necessarily just for the extended school year, but as we move into, bringing more children back potentially. To Mark's point, what does it actually look like,
Right.
and how do we educate ourselves, and how do we educate the public as to what it's going to look like coming back into the building? It's very, very different.
Yes.
And how much learning time will there actually be able to be, and the effectiveness. And I don't mean that as a negative towards teaching staff. It's just under the circumstances, how effective will it be?
Mr. Catalan, no, you good? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Mrs. Knowlton is next.
While Maureen's coming up, Madam Chair, if I may say, one of the things about the orientation period is we're going to be developing videos for kids, for teachers, for kids and their families about all the protocols for use during our orientation phase, so that it's more familiar. Kids have been introduced to it. So when they come in, They will have met their teacher, they will have seen the classroom or what a typical classroom is like, and those procedures and the rules for in the building, especially for young children, will be introduced through the orientation phase so that it's not all scary.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So Nancy, to that point, I think, so we have the protocols, right? We just got them, like new for us, new for you guys. Think it would be great to do that in the orientation period, but as a parent, there's a lot of things about the protocols and what my expectation is as a parent with my student going to school and what could happen that I feel like we'll need to educate the community on prior to a lot of families being able to make a decision as to whether they're going to opt for in-school or remote, obviously depending on what happens here tonight. So I guess I bring that up as the sooner we can start to push some of this information out to parents, I think it'll help guide decision-making for them as they look to that. I think the orientation will be really helpful for them, but I do think a lot of them will need, or we should provide that information to them as soon as possible to help with their decision-making
And again,
process.
this is going to be iterative. We
Sure.
will be going in hybrid, and just like with the opening of the Clyde Brown, we had to adjust entrance and exit procedures after we saw, the cars backed up along the street, so that that's why I think it's important to start hybrid and go into it with a lot of things in place. We have about a month before, about 5 weeks before kids come back, and a lot of that will be intensive work and staff also training, so that yes, we understand that this is all new to everybody, and that families have to consider what they know and make a choice based on what they know at this time. So all the levels of details are not necessarily ready for publication yet, but I can assure you this team has been working super hard on getting more and more and more detailed in the implementation plans.
Mr. Catalano.
So, just 1 second, Mike. This is super. So if there's the details that have to be worked out and the logistics, and this admin team has been working very, very hard for the last 2 months, it sounds like and it looks like what the next part is the teachers, right? The teachers and the support staff coming in. If they're not coming in until the first 2 weeks of school, and you're doing 10 days of training, or a little less, I think it's 8, right? I think I looked at the calendar, it was 8 days. Is that 8 days enough to support? I'm not trying to get to the conclusion yet, but let's at least call it now, or at least put it. Is that 8 days with the teachers? Because you can only do so much as an admin team. You now need to bring people in, you need to put more people in the building, you need to talk about that, you need to work things out. Is the 8 days enough to get you to a hybrid, or does it need to be longer than 8 days, which would then support a full remote initially until you can work out the logistics and get the plans to a point where you can feel comfortable going to hybrid?
Well, I can say that principals have been meeting with teachers all summer. We've, it might not be 100% of the teachers, but a lot of this has been with faculty input, and that the professional development started before school ended in terms of the professional development that we're requiring every teacher to participate in, and then Jen Starr has developed additional professional development, and teachers have been doing that remotely, and now once the floors are waxed and we're able to get back in the classrooms, Jen's going to start offering those classes in the buildings. So is it sufficient? I think teachers will be developing and refining this all along. It's a very good, we're grateful that we received the 10 days. Those 2 orientation days will also continue to be professional development. And then the other piece we're talking about is providing every Wednesday afternoon 2 hours every week of professional development time for teachers to work and create those videos and create their all of the lesson components that are needed for a hybrid model.
So while I understand the professional development and the training, but a lot of that is around the teaching. And so some of the questions and a lot of the questions now are about the logistics. So
Yeah.
The teaching is the most important, but I think the concerns by the parents, I just went onto the YouTube and I'm looking at the comments and we're all kind of poking in there. A lot of it is the actual, the exact logistics of what that day looks, how do they get off the bus, how do they get upstairs, how do they get dismissed, what do you do about mask breaks? And I think that is less about I know there's questions about the teaching, but it's more about what does it look like? And I know this is new for everyone, but I'm throwing that out there as a concern that is there enough time?
And I think, principals have been seeking the input from staff all along during this,
Okay.
including on the logistics.
Sorry, Maureen.
Ms. Knowlton.
I'm happy to be here, and I just want to start by saying the middle school teachers are excited and looking forward to reconnecting with students. We haven't seen them in so long. We're a little worried we won't recognize them, not because of masks, but because they've grown a couple of inches or but as Nancy said, I have a fabulous group of highly skilled teachers, and they're very dedicated, and they put a lot of time in over the summer, just volunteering their time, texting me out of the blue with an idea or asking a question and following up or coming on to open Google Meets. And so while it hasn't been 100% of the staff, there are many people who are contributing to what we have in place right now. And I do think it's really important to get the rest of the teacher voices, and that's what will happen at the beginning of the year to kind of maybe put some final tweaks on things. Similar to Clyde Brown, we'll have an orientation at the beginning for all families, all grades. Hopefully small groups in person, that's our goal if possible. We will especially provide building tours for 6th grade students and their families because they were unable to do that in the spring. And we know that's important to help them feel comfortable. We, hope that those meetings will put maybe parents and children at ease a little bit, to see the classrooms, to meet the teachers ahead of time, to hear about our procedures and our schedules, because school is going to be very different than it was when they left. And we want to set a positive tone for the year and make the best of this situation, whatever model we end up, starting out with. So like Clyde Brown, we are creating 2 cohorts, a Monday, Tuesday in-person group and a Thursday, Friday in-person cohort. And it equates to about half of a grade level, and those numbers are different based on the enrollment at each grade. We're giving priority, like Tana said, to siblings and trying to make balanced groups as best we can, making sure that siblings in the same family are on the same schedule. That's important. It's not always a definitive alphabetical split. We're taking other things into consideration. We're prioritizing in-person special education services for students on IEPs, so that if they have service delivery on their IEP, that happens when they're in person and not remotely. So then within the 2 cohorts, hybrid cohorts, middle school will have 5 class groups like we always have. And the sizes, again, will vary depending on the enrollment, but it's generally less than 15. Some of the groups right now as we try to put them together, are 8 or 9 kids. Some are maybe 13. So again, it kind of depends on how things fall. But we're making it a priority to keep the groups small, and that allows us to space desks in the classroom further than 6 feet apart. So we're doing that whenever we can. It also allows us to move desks back from the teacher space more than 6 feet in a lot of cases. John and I have gone room to room to room to room to room many times to see how we can best set up those classrooms. Again, we're making it a priority to minimize interaction between the groups when they're in the building. So we are shifting to a little bit of an elementary model where we'll keep class groups together the entire day. And they won't move around the building. If they do have to move, we're going to articulate protocols how to do that, traveling certain ways in the hallway, stay to the right, we'll have arrows on the floor. Mr. Mullaney will speak about the high school hallways because that might be a little different. We're doing the best we can to limit the number of individuals a student comes in contact with during the day. So if we have to do some contact tracing or something, we'll be able to do that. And those numbers are pretty small right now if we follow this model. Again, the smaller class sizes allow us to put more than 6-foot distance between students in classrooms. So I'm going to click on the sample schedule here. And then that comes up. And Jen, can I make it larger? Here we go. Is that better?
Can you do one more, if possible? Thanks.
Does that help?
Yeah, there.
Okay. So our goal was to reduce the number of transitions that students and teachers have to make during the day, provide a structure that could shift seamlessly from between the 3 scenarios, whether the whole school is fully in-person, hybrid, or remote. We wanted to make it less confusing and more manageable for students, so there's no 7-day, there's no rotation, no switch day. And that was all based on feedback from families after the spring, and teachers and kids as well. We have a sequence and a structure to the day that will be the same no matter what scenario we're in. And at this time, I can tell you that in my discussions with teachers, we're working on prioritizing having the students who are remote follow the same schedule of their day and participating in things that are happening in the classroom to the extent possible. I have some really creative teachers who already have some really creative ways to do that using technology. So again, we're kind of defining that, expecting students to check in on Google Meet during each of their scheduled blocks. So they're following their school day at home the same as they would if they were in person. As Tana said, students who are in the remote cohort on a given day, there likely will be some more individual work time for them, and that will be scheduled that way with the teachers. But we do want to try and find the way to pull them in as much as we possibly can. We're working on staffing in order to make that happen and some creative ways they can join in person. And to limit contact, the groups will have, they'll stay in one classroom and the teachers will rotate through. The only exception that we're thinking of is possibly science class in order to see lab demonstrations, because that's a lot of equipment for the science teachers to lug around. So we would have, of course, a procedure for sanitizing, washing hands before entering and exiting classroom spaces. The science rooms all have sinks, so kids could wash their hands, and we would, clean off tables between classes. At this time, we're proposing the unified arts be the same as last year, so students would have 2 alternating each trimester. Spanish immersion students would be all scheduled in SIUA, so they'd have that additional Spanish class. And we're continuing to really work out the finer details, how to make the most of the time we have with students in front of us, if we have that opportunity, because that's really precious, and that's important. And we think that that's the way they learn best. So on this schedule, you can see there are 5 blocks during the day. Those blocks are the same in the hybrid and the fully remote model. We will have a like a 2-day block schedule alternating A-B day, and that would repeat itself every 14 days. And so one Wednesday when all students are fully remote would be an A day, the following one would be a B day, because it's an even rotation. And then we have the 2 cohorts. So in a fully remote scenario, if all of our students are fully remote, as we were in the spring, this year we anticipate it will look different. It will be more structured. There will be more synchronous time built into the schedule, and that will be an expectation of students. Not so much the teacher talking the whole time and lecturing, but students actively participating in some kind of an online session and activity. There'll be some independent self-paced work time too, because our student feedback made it really clear that that was important, and they benefited a lot from having time to work at their own pace. So we kept that in mind too and built that in. And also built in time, there's one specific period at the end of the day that for things like socialization and collaboration, for some small group work, for some one-to-one conferencing, for a teacher to invite groups together to work on something on a Google Meet, that personalized support and dedicated time when a student could ask for help. So there's that built into it as well. And I think I mentioned the last time we will be taking attendance, and grading will happen as per usual in a hybrid or a remote model. We are looking into options, as Tana said, for the group who may opt to stay fully remote at the middle school. And in our opinion, in talking to teachers, a lot of this might depend on how large that group size is, what we end up doing with. But our preference is to have those students involved in Millis curriculum with Millis middle school teachers, and to be absorbed into the remote groups as much as we possibly can. That would be our preference. Logistics, we're working those out. So we plan to begin the year with additional precautionary measures so that we do the best we can to reduce the risk. We know we can't eliminate it completely, but we'll do what we can to reduce it. And maybe, as Nancy said, it's iterative, so we may make adjustments as time goes on. Middle school students will be expected to wear masks and use physical distancing. So let's say a question came up, a student that refuses to wear a mask. So we would follow our normal protocols with someone who's having a difficult time following the expectations of the classroom, and a conference with the teacher, a conference with the counselor, a conference with me, and ultimately a conference with the parents, and perhaps choosing fully remote if we're not going to be able to meet those expectations. We know, again, some students will need mask breaks. Maybe not all will be comfortable doing that. There is a protocol in the DESE guidelines that says they need to be in an area at least 6 feet. So we have talked about designating mask break areas for kids who might need them at random times. So they are away from the rest of the kids, possibly out of the classroom somewhere else. But again, we're going to try and utilize outdoor space for that too in the good weather. And maybe even when it's cold. I mean, last year the middle school kids went on a walk around the track pretty much no matter what the temperature was, not if it was pouring. But they don't mind being outside, so we're going to try and maximize those outdoor spaces. There will be no large gatherings, so we're proposing that students will arrive at school and go straight to their classrooms upon arrival. We still need to work out the details of that with the transportation department. John and I have talked about, and Bob, designating different doors for buses to arrive at, one bus unloading at a time. Kids will be met. There will be a mobile sanitizing station outside the building or just inside, and they'll be guided to use that before they come up into the building. Again, we'll be kind of putting those procedures in place where they stay on the right in the hallway, they leave 6 feet, between the person in front of them, things like that. In terms of bathrooms, John and I have talked. Likely we'll be saying that one student in the bathroom at a time and putting a plan in place and a process to make that happen, whether it's an occupied sign outside with some dots to stand on if you're waiting. The teacher needs to look and make sure nobody's, not too many kids are in line, maybe just one or two at a time. We're going to refine those things, but we're definitely talking about those things. I do not expect middle school students will be using lockers in the fall. Again, we may rethink that in the winter with large jackets and coats and things like that, but no lockers at this point, and no sharing of supplies. So we're looking into purchasing for all students, putting together a sling bag with essentials that they can use at home and at school that will help facilitate remote learning, like a miniature dry erase board, clipboards, things like that for going outside. And that would minimize the need for lots of stuff in a big backpack, which then teachers trip over, kids trip over in classrooms. So we're talking about those things. Protocols for using the health office if a student needs to see the nurse or get sick. I'm not going to go into detail on that, but we're going to be trained on all of those protocols that are, coming down from DESE and CDC, and the nurses are going to be training all the teachers with that. So there will definitely be a protocol for kids who, I don't feel good, can I go see the nurse? And a way to triage that. Very strict protocols about that. Same with visiting the main office and parent drop-offs, late arrivals, early dismissals, things like that. We're going to have a window that parents will come to, so they won't come into the office if they need to come and see us. Same with students dropping off things, or teachers and parents picking up things, so that there's not as much traffic inside the office as there usually is, because it's a little bit tight in there. Also, perhaps a protocol if a parent has to pick up a student early, not having them come in the building and up to the office. So we're really close to the bus loop and those doors. We can work something out whereby we know that they're there and we can escort the student down. Lunch, we are right now talking about lunch by class, and it could be in various locations. I do think it's important that kids get to move a little bit and not just have to sit in one seat all day long. So we could do a rotating visit to the cafeteria, one class on Monday, one class on Tuesday, and they spread way out. We use outside spaces and maybe some other spaces in the building for lunch. Again, a lot of this I do want teacher input on, because the teachers are going to be the ones to sort of facilitate that movement and all, and sometimes they have some really good insight on how that could work best. So lots of talk about that will happen. Again, for dismissal time, we're talking about staggering dismissal from classrooms so that there's not a mob of students in the hallway together going to the buses. So we'll have to time that and develop a schedule for who leaves and goes to the bus at what time. Let's see. In terms of, I'll go back to lunch and allergy protocols. So at this time in the middle school, Lynn Molinari and I have worked, really closely on developing those protocols, and our classrooms have all been nut-free. And so we will, on a case-by-case basis, look at who's in what classroom when for lunch and what the needs are, and make arrangements for that based on each student. John and I, in terms of facilities, have worked pretty closely on the concerns around the middle high school, especially the middle school building and the heat concerns. And I can attest to that because I live up there. So we do have the 5 exhaust fans that are in the building to exhaust air out of the building. We've talked about putting the large fans at the end of the hallways with the windows open to exhaust air out that way as well. We're talking about air purifiers for spaces that have no windows or ventilation, possibly more. But in terms of the heat, and Nancy's a part of this discussion too, there is a heat index chart, and it takes into consideration the heat and the humidity, And when those two things align so that the heat index is 91 or greater, that would be considered an extreme caution time. And that would be a time that Nancy would be her prerogative to call a remote learning day based on that heat index. A little bit below that would be a sort of a warning time when we might suggest teachers take kids outside if it gets better, just really monitor it. So we are thinking about that. We are planning for that. And I think one of the benefits of starting on September 16th is we missed the end of August and the beginning of September, which is historically when it's been really, uncomfortable upstairs. So right now, I think we're hammering out the finer details. We have a whole list of questions from parents and teachers and administrators too, and working on really detailed answers to those to provide to the community and the parents and the staff, and to make sure we address every possible scenario we can to address those risks as best we can. So,
Thank you. It seems with the scheduling and especially with the older kids with middle school, high school, that a fully remote or a remote option is easier, where the kids could follow their normal schedule and just live Zoom into a class, and then after class take a 5-minute break like they're changing classrooms, and then Zoom into another class.
So I think we'll be careful about expecting them to be on the screen all day, all morning at home. So it would be a scheduled time to be on. Recommendations are like 10 to 15 minutes and then give them a break. So they might join for the beginning of the class, the directions, join for a discussion. Teachers have talked about pairing up a student in class with a student at home to do some collaborative work on a slideshow or something. So it might not look the same every single for every
Understandable.
class, but yes, I think and Nancy, we have talked about this, the staffing might be important because I don't expect a teacher to manage that on their own. Somebody brought it up earlier, that would be really challenging for a teacher to monitor and go through the mechanical part of zooming people in and keeping track of what's happening in the classroom, and if someone needs,
It does seem like a
we're
lot.
well aware of the logistics of that, and so, but I'm fairly confident we can work some kind of creative solution out. But stay tuned.
Committee?
I'm good.
You got off easy. Let me just make sure. I don't know if anyone's been monitoring questions.
Oh, there's a lot.
Nothing specific to
Nothing
middle school.
specific to middle school?
Not to middle school, no.
Okay. I can't
Okay.
promise you we won't call you back
That's okay.
up.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Thanks, Maureen.
Mr. Mulaney will speak about
Good evening, everybody. Bob Mulaney, high school principal behind the mask here. And just to jump right into the high school proposal here, we are looking at the hybrid model. I saw there was some discussion in the group chat about 3 feet, 6 feet, but that seems to have resolved itself. The high school is 6 feet separate. We are proposing the 2 cohort, the Monday, Tuesday cohort, and the Thursday, Friday cohort, divided roughly by the alphabet, with the idea that the largest class size we scheduled is 24, so an average of 12 kids per class per cohort. We are running pretty much a regular high school schedule with 7 periods, so the kids will be changing rooms. And we looked into.
Bob, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you move a little closer to the mic?
Oh, sure,
I'm
sorry
looking at
about
the,
that.
comments.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
So we're doing the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday cohorts. Class sizes are capped at 24, so an average of 12 kids in a classroom per cohort. And we did some random sampling to see what that might mean for a kid, how many different contacts that student might have in a day as he or she goes through the 7-period schedule. And with the random sampling, we found that the average student would come in contact with 27 other kids during the course of the day. And the range was a low of 22 to a high of 38, depending on electives and things like that. It tended to be if kids were in electives with multiple grade levels, their groupings were a little bigger. And that's something that, perhaps we could adjust if we looked at our different electives and restricted those and so on and so forth. We would be having those orientation days for grades 9 through 12 to kind of get acclimated to the process and the protocols and the procedures. We'd also be looking to do orientation with our grade 9 students as they come to the school before school starts, just to get a sense of what it's like in the high school. We do this every year. This year it would obviously look different with perhaps multiple scheduled orientations for smaller groups of kids coming to the high school for the first time. The high school schedule, as I mentioned, in the hybrid model, we'd run a typical 7-day schedule. We would not rotate the periods. So if you had math first period, you will always have math at 8 o'clock.
Can you make that a little bit bigger?
Sorry, Bob. It's really hard.
I'm watching on the online too, and I can't see it very well.
Yeah, that's better.
That's much better.
Much better.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so basically 45-minute blocks. We'd run 7 of them in a day. We'd forgo the traditional long block. High school parents and students know about the long block. We'd forgo that in order to gain more room for staggered passing time and for mask breaks. As Maureen and Tana mentioned, the in-person cohort would be in the classroom. The remote cohort would check in, and depending on what the activity or the content was for the day, they might hang around and work for part of the block with the entire group. There might be some collaboration between kids who are in person working with kids who are remote. There might be days when, or classes when, the remote group checks in and then is off on a remote assignment. And this is something that it's not totally unheard of at the high school. We do have, for the last 3 or 4 years, we have had a Spanish immersion elective class where we've had one group meets with the teacher for the first 3 days of the cycle and then is remote for the last 4, and the other group was remote for the first 4 and in person for the last 3 periods of the week. At that time, the remote kids would just be here in the library doing their work. But so we have some experience with this hybrid model. Certainly, we gained a lot of experience under the emergency circumstances we were teaching under since March. So we believe with the additional time for training and the work being done over this summer, our teachers will be certainly much more adept and creative under this system, starting the year in this way. I believe that starting in the hybrid model can serve two functions. It can kind of stress test us for when the time comes for everyone to be in school, but I also think it stress tests us for in the event that at some point we have to go all remote. Starting the year in the hybrid will allow teachers to make those personal connections in a way that is more challenging than if we were all remote. So, you know, we think we can do it safely and, you know, following the protocols of 6-foot distance, mask wearing, keeping the groupings fairly low, obviously not as low as the middle school or the elementary school is doing, but you know, I think in the life of a high school kid, having a grouping of 38 kids that you interact with every day certainly is a lot less than if we had everyone in the hallway at the same time. And you know, a lot of kids participate in jobs after school, participate in extracurricular activities, so that could expand the cohort a little too. But at least during the school day, we're talking about the average kid having 27 different contacts. If we were fully in person or fully remote, our schedule changes a little bit. Fully in person, we would go with 4 blocks, and that would be to minimize the movement among students. And fully remote would be 4 blocks as well. And those blocks would still have the same 7 periods. Those 4 blocks would rotate over the course of a 7-day cycle, so that each class would meet 4 times during a 7-day cycle. But again, what we're proposing for the hybrid is each class meeting each day at the same time with no rotation and no drop periods. And again, the safety protocols involve, you know, since our kids would be moving more than the elementary and the middle school kids, we would be talking more about, you know, proper hand hygiene and more expectations along that. You know, being cognizant of the surface you're moving onto and having disinfectant and wipes and sprays available so that when someone does come into a new room, sit at the seat will be the same every day, but you'd need to disinfect it before you got down to business because someone was probably using it the period before.
Can I just ask, who's doing that disinfecting? Are we giving a wipe to the kids to wipe down their station before they
There's
sit down?
something we're
or-
still thinking about. I mean, I'm thinking high school kids, you know, we could put that responsibility on them, just like, you know, they go to Gold's Gym or then Compass Fitness and they spray down their equipment. And so I'm thinking that's some of the protocols that we could touch on when we have our orientation days.
So the kids leaving, wipe it down, and then the kids coming in, wipe it down, sort of like
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah, that's what I was envisioning, and you know, again, I think high school kids certainly can take accountability for that. I think having 50% fewer kids in the building will help with that too, and you know, some classes might have 12 kids in it. Some classes might have fewer than 12, depending on how it breaks out. And we're going to have to do some juggling with some of the cohorts if there's great disparity in class sizes. To the extent we can do that, you know, it's a little more challenging when you don't have one group together all day. You have 7 different groups, so there's going to be some variation, but whatever the variation, the kids will be 6 feet apart when they're in the classroom.
Okay.
The same thing Maureen mentioned about protocols for mask breaks and movement through the hallways. We too are looking at not beginning the year with lockers and having kids just, bring what they need. The high school kids tend to have smaller backpacks than the middle school kids. And much of their work they do on their Chromebook, so I don't anticipate that being a huge issue with the kids not having lockers. And then for movement through the hallways, we're looking at what would be the best route for kids to take. Is it all one way, or do we have certain portions of the hallway where you could go both ways? And we're certainly looking at staggering release times so that there isn't, I think some people may have seen the school in Georgia when the bell rang and everyone was in the
Yes.
hallway. We're not going to have that here. And then, just as an aside, sorry, the latest athletic news, I know people are interested in that as well at the high school level. The preliminary indication from the Commissioner of Education was that schools that are fully remote or students who choose fully remote would not be eligible for interscholastic athletics. However, the MIAA sent out, they must have heard this as well, so this afternoon they sent out a notice to all schools saying that has not been discussed or decided. So I guess for athletic updates, there really none yet. There aren't any. The season has been pushed to September 14th, but there's still a long time between now and then.
So, Madam Chair, so this is not directed at you. So the DESE allows districts to decide what is the best approach,
For athletics.
right? Where we decide as a district what is the best. Huh?
Have to.
Have to. Yet,
Decide.
if we decide one way, we potentially lose sports. That seems to be a conflicting message from
Right,
Beacon Hill.
and again, I haven't seen anything official. It was just some preliminary indications in different meetings. But there's been no, they've been wonderful about sending us guidance and pages and pages. We don't have that.
But we're
Yeah.
not sure yet.
We're not
If
sure
we choose
yet.
Madam
to
Chair.
start full remote, if sports are off the table.
So the head of the Massachusetts Association of School Committee came out on the school committee listserv today and said that that is absolutely 100% not accurate.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay.
There's been a few questions that's repeated, and I see the pre-K question. I'll get to that. I know it's been over and over. But band, can you talk a little bit about, and I guess this is for middle school too, and probably Clyde Brown.
Yeah.
Is there an update on, is there a band? Can we do that?
So there's been some guidance on band and chorus, saying essentially it can be done outside. So certainly we'd want to begin the year with our band and chorus meeting. It's an important part of our school. It's a very important part of the curriculum for a number of our students. So we'd be looking at utilizing outdoor spaces to conduct those classes.
Bob, are those done historically? Are those done during the day, or are they done after school or before school? Or I guess, is there a mechanism that, given, regardless of what we do, there's going to be some kids who are home that day who would normally be in band, whether it's because we're hybrid or because everybody's remote?
Sure.
Have we looked at, or can we schedule those in a way that maybe they're before school or they're after school, so that or we're blocking something off that it allows for kids to get here.
We could definitely look at that. The challenge in the past has been, we have 3 buildings, 3 schools that share 2 teachers.
Yep.
And last year, obviously, we added some help at Clyde Brown. But, so the before school has been done at Clyde Brown, so it wasn't available at the high school or the middle school. Certainly, we could look at after school, depending on the availability of the teachers and the kids. And I think a lot would depend on different activities that can happen after school. But I think it's certainly, looking for creative solutions like that is going to be very important. You know, right now, as of right now, in our schedule, band and chorus are scheduled the way they've traditionally been scheduled. And so it would be, you know, half the kids coming in on Monday, Tuesday, the other half coming in on Thursday, Friday, and kids working on remote assignments when they're not in here. But certainly having opportunities to bring those groups together.
Oh, and you also have size.
Right.
You're limited by even number of kids you probably can put in in an outdoor setting right now anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, just because we,
Go ahead.
so I don't remember if you mentioned it or not. So for students who elect remote, even if we were hybrid, are they being taught by Millis student teachers, or are they being taught by a computer program?
Yeah, I think one of the things we have to see is what, like, the numbers are. And I know it's tough for people to choose when they don't know what they're choosing. But if the numbers were large, you know, our teachers only have so much capacity to teach, you know, hybrid, some kids in person, some kids remote. And then if you add a third group, a third cohort in there, you know, the capacity becomes stretched. So we are looking at that as an option, but we are also looking at online providers. The state has vetted some. We've used some online providers in the past, you know, VHS, Tech. This past summer, a lot of our summer school was done through EduSeer, which seemed to give us pretty positive results, and had teachers available and online office hours and things like that. So we're looking at those options too.
So if we were all remote, it would be Millis teachers
Correct.
teaching all Millis kids.
Yes, yeah.
At a higher level of it. And I will say, to be honest, with at least in my high school students' experience last spring, she had a ton of interaction with all of her teachers, and but I know a lot of kind of concerns was, how do they get contact with teachers across, and that's just across the state. Like, that's, as everybody was managing the emergency aspect of it wasn't perfect, and so that's what everybody's been working on this summer. So if it was all remote, we would have full all remote curriculum to all teachers, or to all kids, and, you know, the ability to interact at a minimum through electronic medium, if not, you know, being able to schedule time in the building, because these buildings will be open. We can get in the buildings, as opposed to the spring when we couldn't even get in. So if you needed to schedule a one-on-one or a one-on-two setup with teachers, that's probably more doable now than it was in the spring.
Yeah, and I would say that was in my mind, one of the huge things that was missing in the spring was the ability for teachers to check in person with the kids. A lot of our kids did really well and worked really hard during remote learning. We had some kids who it was a challenge for them to stay connected And frankly, some of them did not stay connected. And I firmly believe if those kids had to be in the building a couple days in the cycle, they would have been able to hang in there longer, and we would have had better results. But as you said, we were under emergency circumstances. Now we're not. I mean, not as heightened emergency.
Madam Chair, but to your point, Bob, that we could be getting better and we're all here 5 days a week. I don't see that happening anytime soon. But on the flip side, the curve could go up, and it is starting to creep up a little, and we could all be out. So what can we do differently in an all-remote setting, right? Obviously, the best-case scenario is all in, which we can't do.
Right, which we're not proposing
cannot do
right
that.
now.
A reasonable alternative is a hybrid, but the pandemic and what happens outside of this building in this town could potentially dictate what we do as a district, right? Where the governor pulls the plug again, right? We
Yes.
have no choice. It's
Yep.
not a choice here. What can we do differently, or is it always going to be the nature of remote learning that you're always, I don't want to say always going to lose kids, but there's going to be a problem, and it's going to be difficult to keep connected with everyone.
Well, first of all, I think, and this came through in parent surveys, in teacher surveys, and in kid surveys, more synchronous opportunities for kids. And I think a second thing that also came out in all the surveys, and interestingly, particularly in the kid surveys, the grading aspect. A number of kids said, I wasn't getting graded, so I wasn't giving my full effort. Now, that's not every kid. We had some kids who really shined during it, but a significant number of kids said that not being graded was something that reduced their motivation. So I think those things will help. I do believe that one of the advantages we had last year when we went remote, one of the few advantages was we had from September to March for teachers to establish relationships with kids. Starting a year completely remote, I think that's a challenge, not having an opportunity to make those connections. Not that it can't be done remotely, but I think it's more of a challenge remotely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
I was just wondering about your schedule, and I was wondering if you had fewer classes meet, if that would have less students interaction. Because you had said some kids are going to be interacting with 38 kids, and that doesn't include teachers, I'm guessing.
Right.
So it looked like, I couldn't see the whole thing, but 6 or 7 periods every day.
Right, 7 periods.
7 periods
Yeah.
every day. And so I guess I was just wondering why you didn't choose to have like 3 blocks or 4 blocks a day, longer ones, so there's less interaction, I guess.
Yeah, well, part of the reason was, one reason was we wanted contact every day. The time that the kids are in the building is precious. So contact with each class every day. The second reason was if a kid happened to be, a Monday, Tuesday kid happened to be out on Tuesday, then that kid's not going to see a teacher again for, or if it was a 4-period day and the kid was out on Monday, there's 3 classes that kid has missed that the kid's not going to get to until the following week. So
they'll see them
less,
remotely on Thursday and Friday.
right, but the in-person time, they'd see less in-person time. And then in terms of the cohort, if they have 7 classes, the guidance we're getting from the state is if a kid has contact with someone who, say, tests positive for COVID, well, you have to go back 2 days from when they were symptomatic. So if you were on the day where it was periods 5, 6, 7, 1, and the kid test positive, you have to go back anyhow to the day before, and when you were in periods 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear. So like, even though for that say on Tuesday a kid tested positive for COVID, and you happen to have contact with that student.
Now you're gonna have to test 7 classes as opposed to the 3, right?
But you'd have to test the 7 anyhow because you have to go back 2 days.
Okay.
So, you know, you do all 7 classes in 2 days, so you'd still have to go back and test all 7 classes.
Okay.
And it's not, you don't have to be tested, but it's either get tested or
Or quarantine.
quarantine
Yeah,
for
right.
14 days.
Right.
So, and that, yeah, right, so that,
So,
We'll get to that
right,
protocol
and I think part of the decision, another part of this decision is, we love Logger blocks. You know, we cherish our long block in the high school. However, that's when we don't have everyone in rows facing forward and the teacher at the front of the, you know, it's like, unfortunately, we're kind of going backwards here.
Oh, yeah.
And so we thought that better to have the shorter classes see everyone every day than to have longer classes with more teacher talk. And not to say it's going to be all teacher talk, because our teachers are fabulously creative, and we will find ways to have kids collaborate even though they can't get within 6 feet of each other. That stuff will happen. But I think it's more of a challenge to have 4 long blocks in that scenario.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Bob.
you.
Thanks, Bob. Nancy, I did want to just circle back before we go on to the next. It's not a high school question, so you can go ahead. There's been a lot of questions on here to address how pre-K is going to work or potentially work. I know we didn't get to that when we had.
Actually, Dr. Marks is the perfect person
Oh.
because she's up
Oh,
next.
perfect.
I don't
And
have a slide, but I do have the information. Since
Okay.
it's a smaller group, the plan was actually to provide an informational session to them as soon as the school committee determined the model. And I'll be glad to give you an outline. So I'm Sue Ann Marks, I'm the Director of Student Services. And when it comes to preschool, we have met over the course of the summer as well with the early childhood coordinator, Sarah Browning, and some folks in special education, Tana Django and Elise Malloy, and talked about different ways to treat preschool because it's quite different, as you know, from just knowing the tuition end of it. But what we did was take the same approach. Excuse me, my mask is slipping. We take the same approach to preschool as with the rest of the district for a phased-in approach. But since the groupings are always 15 or less, we thought we could go fully in, provided everything else is equal. So the first step would be the same thing that we're talking about here, in making sure that we're doing some good orientation with staff, setting up classrooms, and spending some extra time with students with disabilities or new students to preschool, so we can orient everybody to how the change of class, because students are going to be used to coming in and maybe hugging their friends or sitting on the rug together. So spending some time individually with students and their families and coming into the classroom and trying different things and pointing out different things. It'll be so much more important for those kids to experience that rather than hear it or see it. We also, during that same time, want to have an introduction remotely, because should the event happen that we have to actually be remote fully, even for preschool, we would like to sort of break the ice early and have an introduction story time or circle time or something for preschool. The other preschool teachers were also very much a part of deciding this would be developmentally a really great way to, I've never talked so much with this mask on, so excuse me for that. And I'm trying to project. The second part would be then students would start coming in and actually engaging in some small group activities. We would do the same cohorting
Yes, this isn't the slide like I said, we would be doing the same kind of cohorting, so breaking the class in half to start, bringing them in cohort days similar to the ones in the school, and running through a modified schedule using the staff now that we'll have 7 or less students in front of us to really be able to make sure we're doing things safely. The ionizing machine that Mr. Wiggin talked about will allow them to still use some of the materials. We were really wondering, like, how are we going to do this and sanitize it and be ready for the next group? So that really is a huge advantage to us in that regard. So the initial, that step 2 would be an initial in-person and also with some small remote sessions on the off days. So we're not going to expect preschoolers to be in front of a computer for an equal session when they're not in school, when they're in the hybrid end. We're hoping that the hybrid for preschool only lasts a few weeks, but it helps solidify that remote should we go there, and it also gives some time to bring in smaller groups and do that work. So they would be coming Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday. The third step would be, when appropriate, and with the consulting this committee, to bring all of the students in. And we were hoping that that could happen in a few short weeks, because we're still talking about a group of 15 or less. And then we would always be preparing in all of that for the eventuality should we go remote. I don't know if I mentioned sufficiently. I think I did mention already that I didn't mention some of the steps that were taken, but teachers and paraprofessionals will wear masks. There's paraprofessionals in each room. Students will be encouraged to wear masks. Mask breaks will be built in very, very, very frequently. And I think we've learned actually through bringing some preschoolers in during the summer that some of them have adapted really easily to wearing masks. So that was surprising to us. So we'll watch different students for different reactions. And we actually have adopted a mask wearing protocol to help students become more familiar, because some of them are resistant or may have a disability such that they're more sensitive to things on their face or more resistant. We'll still be looking at a 3 to 6 foot distance. We'll be looking at a 6 foot distance optimally. And I would love to say, and we're guaranteeing a preschool teacher isn't going to come within 6 feet of a student, but I think that's unrealistic. So we'll have more precautions as far as hand sanitizing and things like that. And that cohort's really tiny, but preschool students are going to come, we're going to have to come in contact with them. And so whenever a staff member is going to come within 3 feet of a student or is going to have contact with bodily fluids, there's additional PPE protocol that comes into play. And I'll talk in a little bit about nurses and trainings and things that we did this summer already to prepare for that. Students and staff members will wash their hands frequently during the day, such as at arrival, before and after activities, before and after snack, of course after sneezing, coughing, using the bathroom. Preschool teachers really think very carefully about all the circumstances. Classroom surfaces, furniture, and material will be cleaned and sanitized during class time and in between each preschool session, because we have morning and afternoon, and then we have different days, the different cohorts. Any questions about, does that help? The question about tuition is something that was not our determination as of yet, so I think there's a proposal regarding that, and I did see that there were questions about it.
I think that answers it.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, health and wellness, just a reminder, so we did cover this in the first presentation, which is why this is an update, but nursing staff is collaborating with Board of Health as well as our school physician. They have ordered health supplies. They have worked with the facilities manager on cleaning and sanitizing process and ordering of PPE. They've reorganized the health offices to designate an area for isolation, to separate treatment areas, to allow some triage. They have participated in numerous trainings themselves, have been monitoring CDC from the beginning, and have developed and fielded specific instruction for staff and protocols for students. And some of those include specific PPE use, donning and doffing different pieces, identifying who needs to wear what when, hand washing. So there is a protocol already outlined, and where we are now is have a couple different ways to train not train students, but to work with students on a hand washing protocol and identifying with the teachers, and so what's developmentally appropriate and what kind of signage is developmentally appropriate. So we're in the sort of final stages of pick and choose what makes sense and what meets the needs in a school. They're going to work extensively with the staff to understand what COVID symptoms are and how to respond to them and how to report them to the office and what to do when you see a child and how many different symptoms or what different constellation constitutes worry. But the fallback will always be, if you're concerned, call the nurse. And we're setting up a triage protocol where every call the nurse it becomes call the nurse, doesn't necessarily become bring the student to the office or send the student to the nurse, because we're trying to reduce the traffic. So these are all things that were mentioned a little in the past. But the most current thing that we're talking about now is that Department of Education has issued some guidance relative to how to respond to COVID cases. And just hearing you talk, I think you've all looked at it. But for other folks, this has to do with understanding. So the nurses will work going to be working more closely. All the principals have looked at it, how it will be applied in school, how we'll respond to that, how we'll track that information. So the district will need to make steps if a student is symptomatic, and whether they're at home, on the bus, or in school, and all of those things require a different response. If there's someone in the school community, whether it's staff or students, are COVID positive, there is another response we have to follow, and there is options about being tested or being in quarantine. We would be sharing this in a simpler form, I hope. I have to say Diane Danahy and Lynn Mull and I have already started on trying to make something that would be more digestible for families. I don't think they want to read that. So, and then the last part talks about, all right, then testing and who and when, how we can support that, where the testing sites would be, how we work with Board of Health on those things. We have a meeting, I believe this week, with Board of Health to finalize some of things from their perspective, and about how we could help with COVID tracing, etc.
I have a question, and I don't know if you have the answer around quarantine. If there's a child who is suspected to be positive or test positive, say they're in Clyde Brown, but they also have siblings in the middle high school, how deep does that quarantine go? Are we quarantining a whole class in Clyde Brown and anyone that's come in contact with the siblings? How deep does that go?
So I would rather defer. I think I know the answer, but I would rather defer to medical expert. But it really has to do, I think Bob mentioned, with timing and who they were in contact with the first few days. My understanding is the second person, if they're not COVID positive, doesn't trigger quarantine for everybody else, but that person might be in isolation. Do I have that right, Mark?
I mean, I would
I don't know
assume
for sure, but I actually, what I was just going to say is there any, I don't know if we have a nurse online or, because
No.
I think that's.
I think it's a valid question, right?
It's a valid question. It's a pretty
you like me to-
important thing.
And there's many kids that, I mean, there's many families that have kids in all schools. So if a parent or a sibling is positive and we're quarantining the siblings, well, if the sibling then tests positive, how do we do this?
We can walk through this if this would be helpful.
I think we just need to give a little more detail, just play out a scenario.
Okay. So this is the guidance from Department of Education. If a student is symptomatic, so that means they have more than just one of the COVID symptoms, there's a constellation. And I think many of us are familiar with them, but at first we saw the constellation and it said, if you have a headache or you're tired or you might have COVID. It's a little more specific now that probably having that is consistent with most of us working too hard or being in the sun or doing things like that, that it has to be with another whether it's coughing, shortness of breath, loss of taste. And I hope the nurses forgive me for any mistakes I make. I'm trying to facilitate this somewhat.
Can you just make that, is it possible to make that a little bigger?
I think I can.
Sorry.
I left my glasses back there. Famous for that. Hi. Okay. All right. So the event, a person is symptomatic. So the constellation of those symptoms, it's happening at home, or if it's happening at home, the individual goes then and gets tested and it's negative, they can come back to school. If the individual is at home and they get tested, they should stay home and get tested. If it's positive, they remain home except to get medical help. Do you want me to read all of that, or we kind of, okay.
No,
All
I
right.
think one thing though in this that I find interesting in this guidance is not that I think it can be mandated, but it's not mandated that a symptomatic person get a test. What it says is they can get a test, but if they don't get a test, there's nothing that triggers. The only thing that triggers us being able to identify, communicate, and quarantine classes is a positive test. So if an individual who's symptomatic is in the building or in a class and they get sent home and they choose not to get a test, there's no trigger. There's nothing.
I think the bottom actually says if the individual is not tested, they remain home.
Right, they remain home, but the rest of the class who's been exposed and the teacher is not.
Well, I think because it may be something else other than.
But we don't
COVID.
know.
But
But
you
we
don't
don't
know.
know. Right, no, agreed.
So somebody
But we don't know.
could be positive, they chose not to get a test, and they've exposed people, and we haven't triggered the
Right.
quarantine.
I think one of the things that we were hoping is the idea that they would have to be home 14 days would encourage people to be tested.
I agree, but if they're
Understood?
but
Yeah.
if they're not, then
But if they're not,
Yes, yes.
if it could be a mild case, they could just be like, yeah,
and if it's
It's
if it's a Tuesday, and they're in that first cohort, it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
I see your
before
point.
anybody in class even knows that they're not there. Like because you're not going to really notice that Johnny wasn't in school today. Why wasn't Johnny in school? Well, who knows? And then they don't see them for another 7 days. I just find it interesting in the protocol that they don't.
I think when we
that there's
went
no
through this,
communication
when I
until
went
there's a
through this
positive
with the
test.
nurses, I think families really want their children to be in school. So the idea that you're symptomatic, we had a sense that if that's the drive, if coming back to school was dependent on a test, that we thought that more families than not. And I think in the back end of that is that nurses will be, of course, following up and working with families and encouraging and hoping for, we can't make anybody be tested, but we certainly can talk about community, and we can talk about need, and we can talk about the child, and what we know about COVID, et cetera. But I understand what you're saying.
Madam Chair.
yes,
Sorry, Sue. It's actually not even a question. One of the things that I think might be helpful is if we haven't yet, can we post this on the website so that families have access to it? Because it's public information that the Department of Ed posted, I forget when we got it. It feels like it was just like 2 days ago.
Can you just say what that is so people know?
Sorry, so this is the protocols for responding to COVID-19 scenarios in school, on the bus, or in community settings. So it's the protocol to how to deal with all of these different situations in those different areas of the district.
I believe it is in our updates. I don't know if people are having a hard time.
It's embedded in the update, so we can just put it as a separate link on the Millis Update site.
Okay, that would be great.
That would be great.
So there's some off-camera talk that's happening, so I'll just repeat it. Thanks, Jen. So we'll post that on the Millis Updates site, and I have to be honest, I probably have not read something but I didn't realize there was a Millis Updates site until I came here tonight. So I get all the listservs, I look at all of that, I get my information as a school committee group. So maybe if we can push out this individually on a listserv, I think that might be helpful, or a link right to that on a listserv.
That has been connected to that, but it's on every school website too. It's a little laptop, you put it on annotation.
But I
Okay.
think Denise's point is, if we could get a specific listserv to say, it's all centrally located at this
And
location,
pointing people to the
Get it
Millis
out.
update site.
that would help. I'm with you.
Thank
I didn't know either.
Thank you.
Would you like to go further with this?
I think we're good.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I should ask the rest of the committee.
I guess the only, and I don't remember, does it mention the impact of, I don't think this, maybe this protocol does it, if there's multiple tests, like if there's multiple positive, or is that just, that might not be in
I
this
don't recall if it was in the,
protocol.
the
Okay.
text, but it's not in
All
the.
right.
All right. Oh, okay.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point on this, but there's asystematic spread, right? So my daughter works in an assisted living, and someone tested positive, a staff member tested positive. They tested all of the staff and all of the residents, I think it was Friday. They didn't have the results until yesterday night. She was fine, she had no symptoms, but we were concerned. My wife stopped, I'm working from home remotely, she was sent back to work. She stopped going to work because she didn't have any symptoms, and she was concerned about, she's been exposed. Now granted, it's two
Right.
people out,
Right.
but you don't know. My daughter could have had it, thankfully she doesn't. And thankfully no one else in the facility. It was isolated to that one person. But I think, I don't want to stretch it out too much, but I think we have to think beyond what does this look like when you have someone who potentially exposed other people, because we are a long way away from getting tests back
Yes.
same day.
Yes.
It's a beautiful idea. It's not going to happen anytime soon. She works in a healthcare facility, so I think even those tests were somewhat, I don't want to say urgent, because
Sure.
it took 5 days, but it wasn't a run-of-the-mill place because they don't want it to be spread throughout that facility. So I think the testing and the delay, it could have an impact, and that's not just here,
Absolutely.
that's anywhere, but it's something, because it's asystematic too. It's not just people who, once someone's positive, you don't know anyone who's been exposed. And it's a bigger issue, but it's something
Right.
to be thinking about.
Right.
And it's not just the students that are then in quarantine or have to get tested, it's the teachers
Yes.
in the room
Yes.
as well.
Yes. And
Which goes to just another, just, or
one
other.
of the things that we have.
Right, this, again, and we can get back to it, but the staffing, and we can probably get back to later in the presentation, but just what we have for backup staffing and the ability to manage the fact that it is fairly highly likely that over the course of some period of time, we're going to have a classroom that has to quarantine or get tested, and it's going to mean we're missing a classroom teacher who, is going to be out for 2 weeks.
Well, yes, or that class immediately goes remote if everybody's well enough. It could be the other option. But I think in talking to the nurses, of course, everybody's working really hard or thinking deeply about how many things we can do to be precautionary and to be careful. And we keep coming back to this same reality, which is we could do everything right and we could still be greatly impacted.
Sure.
Right? This is seeing fully remote in our future is not hard to believe. Seeing impact in schools and these responses is not difficult to believe. And so understanding them and being more prepared, I think, is what we're trying to do.
That's all we can do is be prepared.
Right. Okay. And the last slide I am going to talk about tonight, it has to do with social emotional wellness. And Lise Malloy gives her regards. She's not able to be with us tonight, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about the field of expertise related to the Millis School counselors and just to do a little bit of backup about what we talked about last time is the Millis School Counselors have put together a tiered system of support for social emotional learning over the last few years. And it involves instruction 3 times a year. We do screening and small group instruction as well as individual support and also progress monitoring. The recent focus has been, as we've been out, has been extending their support to families and providing resources. So most recently developing more online resources, more things that students can go into and access on their own, tools for when they're feeling anxious, when they need reminders or so. It doesn't take the place of in-person, but we wanted to have things more readily, more digitized. And this is all in support of students' social emotional wellness, and also to give parents some resources on how they can support their students during these times. I think we're all looking for additional information on how to keep our students in a more positive frame of mind and more ready to learn and more ready to grow. And lastly, I'm happy to say that through the use of grant funds, that the counselors will be expanding their interactions with professionals at McLean Hospital, and over the last year have spent time working specifically with students who have a difficult time being fully in school, meaning school resistors or students with anxiety that interferes. They've developed protocols, they've had training, and that's going to be enhanced this year. Specifically because we understand that the adding COVID over and students' additional stressors will help all of us to know that we have some professionals to rely on outside of Millis as well. I think that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there were some questions about special education. Would you mind if I took a minute and
Not
talked
at all.
about special
Please
education?
do.
Okay. And nothing's changed since the last time, so I'm just going to, until today, of course, I think at 1 o'clock. So I'm not going to speak too much to what happened at 1 o'clock, but I'm going to talk about where we are in special education. As several of my colleagues mentioned, we're prioritizing in-person learning. That doesn't mean all students with IEPs come to school full-time. It actually means that when students are here in a hybrid model, say, that we will attempt to deliver as many appropriate IEP services as possible. Now, that being said, we have a few students whose instructors or therapists said to me, this particular student really rather have services with me online, and really flourish that way because we were sharing things. And so I'm not saying that it won't happen, and indeed we do want to provide some remote services, because should we go fully remote, we don't want to be like we were last year and all of a sudden we're shifting. But Department of Education has asked us, and we agree too, for some students in person is really the most successful way we can approach things. We will be delivering services according to IEPs whenever possible. That means if it says in the classroom, in the student's general education classroom, we'll be doing that. And I say if possible. If the room is too full, we will limit the number of staff, or we'll reorganize the schedule such that we aren't changing the distancing in the classroom. If in a remote setting or in a hybrid setting, we will change the way that service would be delivered. So if it would typically be delivered in the physical therapy room, and for some reason we're not doing it there, we're doing it remotely. Physical therapy is a bad example, but let's say a reading services, we're doing it remotely. Last year what we did is we formed a remote learning plan and we shared it with parents. This year we're going to use those 10 days to collaborate with parents and to talk about the best way and under what circumstances we would adjust the way services being delivered. Not what the services are, but the way they're being delivered. And there'd be a collective document from that where we would be communicating how the IEP would change. Our goal, again, first is to try to do it as much as possible according to the IEP. But if it does change, that discussion would be mutual discussions similar to how we have discussions with IEP meetings. We'll be observing all timelines as far as having annual reviews on time. There was certainly a big skip when we first started going remote this last time, where we were organizing ourselves, and we held 30 or so successful remote team meetings that had accepted IEPs on the other end of it. So we got pretty good at that, and think that that's a good practice that we would probably like to carry into this year and reduce the traffic into schools, because that's going to be something. That being said, there are some families that felt really strongly about sitting at the table with us, so we may have 1 or 2 staff members at a table in our office and have other staff members Zoom in. So that's another option that we're looking at. There are we've heard references to special populations or high need populations, and that if we're remote, that schedule could change. And I think already we saw some changes relative to this summer and students with specific needs. So these are students who had not been able to access remote learning in the successful ways we would like. For some of those students, they would probably participate in both cohorts. So that wouldn't be 5 days, it'd be both cohorts. And I'm not saying someone won't come on Wednesday morning. That's a possibility too, but we might reserve that for testing or additional services or other things. But we're looking at having students, especially those in substantially separate programs and programs that I've come and talked to you about before, to be here during both cohorts. There's been specific attention being paid to how we work with students with disabilities, and I mentioned it earlier about masking with the little folks, with how often we'll have to sanitize, with the kind of manipulatives that we're using, with some additional opportunities and instruction for getting used to masks, for getting used to being distanced, and it may require that we're wearing different PPE in the classroom because we're interfering with that distance as well. In general, special education, small group settings, because we still want to try to bring students into small group settings, so we'll be looking at how we're going to change the PPE involved, how we would be introducing barriers. So this isn't different than other places, introducing plexiglass barriers or room dividers, or how we might be swapping out big round tables for small desks and what have you. So this is all in the planning and this will be more dependent on individual providers and how they would like to set up these smaller spaces within 6-foot distance. Any questions about special ed? No? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, as you can see, there's a tremendous amount of work that's been done, and we're getting more and more detailed in refining our protocols, et cetera. We're developing protocols for as Mark mentioned, the substitute teachers, substitute bus drivers, contingency plans, talking about at what point, we may have to go fully remote. We're developing ideas, and it's part of what we'll talk about later tonight about using some of the grant funding that's available to support teachers to do hybrid learning better than when in the spring when we were in the emergency situation, and what that entails, and the kind of supports that teachers need. Of course, we're doing a lot of talking with teachers about that. And then, as I mentioned, just yesterday, we received, late yesterday, from the Department of Ed, they had done an RFP process and selected 4 vendors to provide the fully remote option for parents, and 3 of them we're familiar with, actually. VHS is something we've had as an option for our students all along. So we continue to, because we have a teacher who teaches a VHS course, we get a certain number of slots of semester-long courses, and that will be able to continue. And then we've also supplemented with TECA courses, Tech Academy, because we are a member of the Tech Collaborative, and TECA was one of the vendors selected, as was Greenfield, the Greenfield Commonwealth Virtual School, the FLVS Global, which is a Florida model that's been very strong and very successful. We are not familiar with that yet. Edgenuity, we have some familiarity with that, and as Bob mentioned, EduSare is something we've used locally for credit recovery, summer school, things like that. So those are the possibilities. There is a cost related to these, so we're looking into that, and we'll need to see what is possible, what percentage of families want a fully remote model. As Bob mentioned, it's a tall order for teachers already to be teaching in a hybrid model of having a cohort in school, a cohort out of school that they're still responsible for. So we're looking at these as a way to provide the remote instruction for families that want that as an option. It's not decided. We're still up in the air.
Do we know how many, I think you've released this number, but if you could refresh my memory. How many parents have decided, or at least preliminary said, that they want to be full remote?
So we're going to be doing a new survey, but it was about 15% that had at least strong interest in it. Yeah, and it varies by grade level. So the other thing that is still to be determined is that we will have a few teachers who, for medical reasons, need to stay home and be remote themselves. But, so it's a combination of these and matching up possibilities of our staff who also need to be remote due to their underlying conditions, and that might be a possibility that they may be able to support some students in the remote who choose fully remote. So since we just got the information yesterday, we will be looking at these carefully and seeing what we think is the best option, and also it will depend on what is what the funding sources are for this. And then so our next steps are we need to submit the plan to the Department of Education that is approved. We will be surveying staff again, as I mentioned, to determine especially how many of them have school-age children in other districts, et cetera, and doing that reciprocity that I mentioned. We will be surveying families for their commitment after we provide them with much more information. As we mentioned, it's on our website. The preliminary plan will be posting this presentation and the plan that we're providing as soon as decisions are made. And then we'll be sending out, after we figure out cohorts based on what percentages of families choose to come in and choose a fully remote model, then we'll be able to assign students to cohorts, and hopefully we'll have a little wiggle room that we can work with families on that. And then all along for the next, 6 weeks for sure, but beyond that, we will be improving and refining everything based on new information, new situations, the new metrics, and going forward with getting feedback from parents. A really important piece was the feedback from parents that when we went emergency remote, we didn't hear until later that it wasn't working for certain families. So we really encourage that, and we're putting in place some ideas, especially I didn't mention during the calendar discussion, but we usually have some full day release days, and one of those days we'd like to devote to a full day, an additional full day of parent conferencing, which will be remote, but we want teachers to connect with every single family to make sure the hybrid model is working, or if we're in a fully remote model, that their students are getting what they need. So we're going to be doing a lot more in terms of outreach to families to make sure we know about the challenges that are happening at home.
Madam Chair, so in the next parent survey, I don't know who writes it, but one question we should ask is, if you initially responded that you're going to do full remote, if we go back, if the school's open and everyone goes all in, are you going to still continue to keep your student out, or will you send them back to school? Because it may not be an automatic. Someone may say, I'm going full remote the whole year regardless because I don't know. But I think we should ask that. It's a two-parter. Mm-hmm. Are you still full remote? And if the school's open, if we go to an all-in situation, will you send your student to school?
I mean, even hybrid, right? If we at one point have to go all remote, and then it's deemed safe enough to go. Or
That's a fair. Right. I was trying to hone in on that full remote, but I think that's a legit question.
Mm-hmm. Nancy, and I don't know if this is next, but were we planning on hearing from Marianne and the teachers?
Yes.
Okay.
We
Thank you.
certainly can.
About remote, can we still talk about that?
Well,
Can I ask that we let Mary Ann speak first?
Yeah,
and then
I
we
think
circle
it's
back
important to
around?
get her
I have a
on,
whole list of
and
questions
then we
that I've
can
just
come
been sort
back.
of holding, so
Yes.
I'd love to hear all the information and then ask a bunch of questions.
I know Marianne's on the Zoom. Dave, did we figure out how we're going to do that?
Hold the mic up to it.
My computer's about to die.
I can do that.
Okay.
If I unmute.
I know Marianne's on the Zoom. Dave, did we figure out how we're going to do that? Oh, there's a delay. My computer's about to die.
Marianne's on the Zoom.
She's on the Zoom, right?
Yep.
So Marianne, there's a delay from us to the YouTube, so as soon as you hear me say this, you've got the floor.
Marianne's on the Zoom.
He's on the Zoom, right?
Yep.
Now turning to more bumps. What was that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can the audience hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. I apologize. So good evening. On behalf of the Millis Teachers Association, I'd like to thank Superintendent Gustafson and her entire administration team for all the long hours and tireless effort that they've put in to ensure a safe and healthy return to school, regardless of what model is adopted. So our conversations thus far have been inclusive and collaborative, so thank you. I noticed on the chat a lot of, viewers were asking about the teachers, and we have been included. So we've been included at the building-based and district-based. So as president of the Millis Teachers Association, I just want to emphasize our commitment to working collaboratively with the Millis Public Schools and our joint effort to resume learning safely as possible for our students and staff members. While statewide unions may have put out some statements regarding the return to school buildings, we as the Millis Teachers Association will continue our conversations with our district and bargain locally as the Mass General Law 150E directs us to do. So the association, we hosted a virtual general membership meeting the other day, and we overwhelmingly voted to focus on our community. Superintendent Gustafson and her team have been gathering the information that the association requested back in July. As of today, there's so many unanswered questions, and the list of uncertainties keep growing. And the survey results that I received from my members, that we sent a survey out 2 weeks ago. At the time, it showed split among the members and what their preference is for returning. But I think every day, our members' views and concerns are changing daily, just like many of us as we get new information. So until we know if all the health and safety protocols can be met and that our buildings are safe, then we can make a more informed stance as an association. But unless otherwise directed by the governor of the Commonwealth or the DESE commissioner, these conversations will be held at the local level and not dictated by a statewide union. So we look forward to continuing, obviously, the bargaining process and working with the administration and superintendent and the school committee. And if you have any questions for me.
I do. Marianne, if I heard you correctly, the teachers are at this point not ready to support a model?
Correct, we are not.
Okay, and the information you're waiting for is around the safety of the school, or just everything, the details in general?
Well, yeah, the details in general, but our specific, the reason I wanted to come out here is to just reiterate that the discussions that we're having are at the local level, and we are going to bargain with the school committee, superintendent, and for a wide range of things, from the safety of the building to everyday, obviously, details, those things that can be bargained for.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr.
Do
Catalano.
we have a list that, Mary Ann referenced a list of safety concerns. Do we have an articulated list that I have not seen that list. Can we have that list provided to the committee? That's not for Mary Ann necessarily, but just if we have a specific list, we need to see it.
I have one on behalf of the association that we have been gathering, particularly after our general membership meeting the other day. We've shared some of those concerns with Nancy, and like I said, the initial request for information went out, and I know Nancy and Terry's been working on gathering that information for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Anyone else while we have Marianne? Okay. Thank you, Marianne, for joining us.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay.
I think Robin had questions. I'm happy to go.
Do we take a mask break now, or do we?
No, we're going.
Too soon?
3.5 hours?
Too soon.
Too soon. Can we walk the track?
Yes, go ahead, Robin. I know you had an additional
I
question.
have some more questions about remote learning. So one of them is, can students switch from remote to hybrid at any time? How quickly can that be? How many times can they go back and forth from like hybrid to remote? Do the parents have the option at their whim to change it? How much notice do they need to give the school? Questions like that I'm wondering about. And let's see. And so if they are remote and they are at this, I don't know, this other school not being taught by a Millis teacher, and then they opt back into hybrid, how are we ensuring that they're being taught the same things, and so that when they do go back into the building, it's the same curriculum and they're at the same point and pace with their class?
Yeah, well, those are all to be determined. Most districts are asking families for a semester-long commitment because that's the cost structure. So it would be disruptive for everybody to have a family say, I'm going to go remote for 2 weeks. No, I want to come back in. No, I want to go back remote and be back and forth. So we're asking, we have not, since we haven't been able to really take a look at the programs that DESE released, and we're not sure about, the affordability, et cetera. We have not determined those procedures yet. There's no guarantee that the curriculum would match up directly with what we're doing, but it is all based on Massachusetts standards. So the standards are the same. The Florida, for example, the Florida company would not be using the Florida standards but many states, it's all based on the Common Core standards. So there's some standardization within the standards.
So this is where I struggle a little, right? Where you lose me a little bit with this. If we have a hybrid solution, especially in the middle of high school, where kids are they're all attending the same class, whether it's they're remoting in or they're in person or they're remoting in for a certain amount of time and why can't somebody that's fully remote just do the same thing? Why would they? It doesn't seem to me like that would be any different if you're fully remote. And maybe it's different in Clyde Brown, I understand that, but if they're Zooming in or Google Meeting into a class, I don't know why. I guess I'm struggling with that piece.
So the hybrid we are not going to have cameras trained on the teacher all hours of the day. So it's the in-person experience, especially at the elementary, as Tana explained, the meet everybody together, then break out into groups, break out into independent work. The teachers, we need to work with teachers to help them manage juggling both the cohort that's in and the cohort that's out. So there might be the possibility of having some Millis teachers that are able to be a remote learning teacher, designated as a remote learning teacher. But to add the remote group, which, it depends. If it's a few kids, that's different than if it's a large group. And if it's a large enough group, especially at the elementary, where we have small class sizes of around 18, 18 is then one of our teachers would be designated as the remote teacher and for that remote classroom, because it's equal to 18 to 20 would be equal to our normal class size. So this is something that is still under discussion. We have, it's to be determined. But we'll do it as quickly as possible with input from the teachers as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Have we determined, so one of the things that I read in the protocols and I was just curious about was, I'm sick. I don't have COVID, but I'm sick. So in a hybrid model, if I'm sick, at what point do I just stay home and move to the other cohort where I take on remote class time? Or at what point am I forced to move to a remote model because I'm non-COVID sick? So this protocol document, I would urge everybody, we're going to send this around via listserv. I would urge the community, please read this. There are impacts in here for how you as a family will be impacted by a student in your child's classroom testing positive, a student in your child's classroom going home with the potential for being positive, your whole entire family having to quarantine for 14 days. I really feel strongly we need to educate the public on this, and I wish we had an opportunity to get this to people prior to them getting the first survey, because I don't know if all of the information, and it's coming fast and furious. This is no fault of anybody's. The information is changing on a daily basis. I think I'll speak for myself. It's challenging to sit here and know that we are faced with a decision with so many unanswered questions. And the state has put us in a position where we have to make a decision. So for anybody that's wondering, do we have to make a decision this evening? The answer is yes. We have to submit a decision to the state. So, apart from my from my tangential rant, how does a student move within that for outside of their options? Like, how are we determining, okay, so you're sick, do I take a sick day as a student? Do I then switch to remote learning as a student if it's my in-school day in the hybrid model? I'm just trying to figure out how we're getting the students the learning, because it appears to me that the challenge that we're faced with is giving a non-Millis public school education to people that opt for remote learning. That does not feel right. I don't want to penalize students for choosing a fully remote option. And I'm struggling with how we work that into some type of plan, but then also make a decision with so many unanswered questions. So we got some people in the room that are numbers people. So I ran a couple of numbers. From today, there are 27 working days left until the proposed start of school, September 16th. And that's for the administrative team. Of those days, 8 of them teachers are proposed to be in school. I am concerned with our ability, not by fault of anyone's hard work and effort, but just by the situation that everybody's been put in, to be able to answer all of these unanswered questions in 27 days. And for teachers to be able to come up with curriculum, both for in-person and recorded for the people that are in a hybrid at-home model in 8 days. So I know my question started off with, how are we going to figure out how to move students through if they're sick? But clearly I'm challenged with the situation that we have put before us, sort of the inequity of opportunity for people that are opting for remote, and just the unknown of that, and having it be taught by non-Millis public school staff. So I know it's much more opinion than it is question, but
I also think the initial parent survey, parents were going off of the information that they had at that time. I think the information that we have now is very different. So I think I would suspect the numbers of that survey would be drastically different if we sent it out today than we did 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. Yes, Mr.
Madam Chair,
Catalano.
and just to build on what Ms. Gibbons is saying, not only is there an extra cost, right, which we can deal with, there's also something the last 6 or 7 years we've been talking about grades, talking to other grades, and the 5th graders preparing them to move to 6th grade, and the 6th grade all talking. So now we all left in March, right, the whole state, and we got through it, and it was an emergency situation. Now we're talking about 2 9th graders. One's going to be on one track, one's going to be on another track, by a choice that we're potentially making by contracting with these other companies. And when we come back next September, they're not going to be equal, right? They're going to be taught, and I'm not saying those people aren't competent, but they're not going to be taught by Millis teachers. They're not going to be in a situation where it's been a kind of a pathway. And so I'm just concerned, not about the cost, the educational impact to those students based on a decision about safety, that I don't want to send my kid to school. And I want them, and I know being out and is gonna be different for every single person, but if they're teaching on a, granted that it's tied to the Common Core, it's gonna be different than our teachers teaching our students and working with our students who need the extra help. And they know our kids. These other teachers, they don't. That's a concern I have. I'm with you, Denise.
Mr. Conroy.
I have the same topic of concern from from a different angle of, if we're in a hybrid model, if we have a teacher who has to miss, in the worst case scenario, they have to miss because their class has to leave because there's a positive case and they have to quarantine or until they get tested. I also have the same concern, which is why I've asked about what coverage plans are going to be. There is no way that we are not going to have teachers who, for childcare reasons, just like everybody else is going to have to do, we're all going to have to manage whether our kids are in a hybrid model or we're going to have teachers who are going to have to trade off and not be present on even if it's just one day a week, or for that week, they're going to be missing 50% of the in-school time for one of the cohort groups. And I struggle with having to say, we know going in, there's going to be some population that is going to miss 50% of what is supposed to be the most important aspect of coming back, which is the contact with the teacher. I just struggle with, is it educational? I struggle with the quality, the educationally better to have remote learning where teachers are teaching all of their kids for 5 days remotely. Again, working in, people can come into the building. They can set aside time for small group work, whether it's, whether from elementary all the way up to 12th grade maybe Thursday afternoons is the day that I go in and you schedule time for, aside from we're going to accommodate special needs, special education, IEPs, that'll all get done. But then set aside another 2 hours where this is truly my office hours and you have a teacher there and a kid can come in, whether maybe it's before school, after school, if they can get here by themselves, they can. And that contact doesn't have to be as limited, but I just struggle with knowing that even in a hybrid model, every hybrid is going to be impacted by the fact that our teachers aren't going to be able to be here 5 days a week.
Madam Chair, I also, sort of to piggyback on what people have been saying, thought that the point of developing the 3 plans was so that we could seamlessly move in between them. And so I sort of saw remote as something that was where we could take our hybrid and go into this remote. So if kids opt for a remote, they can still do the hybrid-ish stuff that we're doing because teachers are still developing remote lessons for the kids that aren't in the class. So I guess I'm struggling with why we need an outside source along with everybody else too. And if it's not as seamless as it seems, what can we do about that? Because there's going to be a point where we're going to have to move through these different phases.
That's because if we start out in a hybrid and then move full remote, if the kids who start full remote, are they still going to be on their own track? And now all of a sudden, the 84% of the other families are now, I understand we're planning, it sounds very confusing and disjointed. By no choice, not our planning,
no,
just the facts in the context.
So our next steps. It's virtually impossible to make this decision, although we have to.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Gibbons.
One thing I do want to acknowledge is that there is an extension of the plan to the 14th, that schools can submit up to the 14th. I think collectively, and everyone can correct me if I'm wrong, that it is our intent this evening, and we've talked about it multiple times, is to make a decision this evening.
That's right.
Because the questions that we don't have answered this evening, they are not things that will be answered. I think that Mark has said this before. They're not things that we'll have the ability to answer between now and Tuesday night or Wednesday night. It puts us in a position, just so the public understands, it puts us in a position to make a decision this evening. So
Yes.
regardless of the fact that the planning time and the submission date moved out 4 days, we're here tonight to make a decision. So I don't have a motion.
We owe it to the administrators, we owe it to the teachers, we owe it to the parents, we owe it to the students, because it's a decision. There's going to be people that are not going to be happy with the decision, right? I don't know what that percentage is, but we need to know. We need some sort of definitive, what does it look like, so we can all reset and start to figure that out. It's not an easy decision.
It's not.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Conroy.
I will make a motion, but before I do, I want to echo what other people have said. The plans that have been designed are, in my opinion, they're very good plans. And they are plans that hit, as Nancy said at the beginning of her presentation, they hit every protocol and guideline that has been put out.
Yes.
The effort and the time that has been put into these can't be overstated. I think, as you see across the state, even the number of schools and districts who have shifted from what they thought they were going to do even 2 weeks ago to what they're doing today. And personally, I think it has a lot to do with what we've been talking about for the last 3 hours, which is once you actually start figuring out and having to put in practice what you're trying to do and dealing with the pandemic and the aspect of it, the logistics are just not easy to do in a 6-week, 8-week time frame that the state has allowed us to have to do this. So I just want to say that. I would make a motion that we begin the year as all remote across the district, so that, in part, so that Millis teachers are teaching Millis kids. From a time frame perspective, and allowing us to evaluate the impact of schools reopening across the state, across the area, as well as continue to finalize the logistics on what the hybrid approach is going to look like. I would say a 5-week, that's right after Labor Day, or after Columbus Day. We evaluate and then see if we can go hybrid from that perspective, from that point.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
So you use Columbus, or right after Columbus Day, as a check-in, but it's not. That's not the trigger. That's another time.
Right.
And clearly, if something dramatically changes prior to Columbus Day, we can have. I don't see that happening, but we could have. Well, actually, we could take a vote at another point. But so you're using Columbus Day as a time to check it.
Just listen. Schools are going to open on the 16th. 2 weeks. Just give us a little bit of time. Columbus Day is just a kind of a break. I don't know.
I'm not questioning.
There's
I think
nothing.
that's just to put a date out there.
Right.
It's almost 4 weeks, right?
It's a little more.
A little more.
That we can put out a formal evaluation of
Right.
where we are as a district. But
And
leave the door open if something dramatic happens
One
that
way or
we
the other.
deem
Right.
That's correct.
Yep.
ready.
I would say, what are the parameters that we're looking for?
I think that has to, I think we got to give them some time. I think that's something that, that as we're working through this, that we need to have. And I think information's changing so quickly that it's really hard to say right now that we're looking for A, B, and C to make a decision on whether we move from one to the other. I think we need to leave that a little open right now, and I know I know people want solid answers. The fact of it is there is none, and things are changing so quickly.
And I think right now, things are changing more negative. I think they're trending in a worse direction. So if we went the other way, we could be coming back in 2 weeks and
Right.
going full remote. I think that's the more likely alternative. So I think it's a great.
I guess I mean, like, in terms of parameters, like how comfortable are teachers, what are the numbers in the state, like what are things that we're looking for?
I think it's all of that,
Right.
right? I think we have to take
It's
a look
another
at not just
discussion
the
like
numbers
this.
of the state, but the numbers in Millis. I think
Yep.
we have to, you know, go back to the, not just the admin team, but the teachers and say, you know, let's have the details of the plan. Are you guys feeling like you're ready? Are, you know, the numbers are trending in the right direction? Have we worked out all these plans? I think it's a collaborative approach with everyone.
No, I agree. I was just wondering if we feel right now that we're not comfortable with what we're looking at, like what is something that we would be looking for? You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for the administration to come to us and say, well, this is what we came up with, and like I feel like they need a target, you know, because they did all the requirements as the state, and we have asked, and we feel uncomfortable with that.
So I guess
I'm
I'll just
not
throw,
saying-
no, I'll throw out, so a couple of things plan specific. There's a whole, and I think that one of the problems with this whole thing is there are some very significant pieces to these puzzles that is not in the control of anybody in this building. We can't control the spread. We can't control what state guidelines come out. You know, we can't control the timing of them. Literally, the protocols for what to do with symptomatic people came out a week ago. But inside, we can finalize the air turnover stuff in the middle school, high school. We can keep pushing to make sure that we have backup bus drivers that we need. Make sure we have substitutes available so that when teachers have to be out, we know what our coverage plan is, and it's solid enough that if it means a staff member is out for 2 straight weeks, or they're out for every Friday of every week, that those students in for that cohort are not overly negatively impacted by that. Making, you know, really understanding what the day-to-day work is and protocols are going to be for when kids are in. What really is it going to be when they come in, walk in the door? They're going to be lined up 30 kids deep to get in because you have to line up 6 feet apart, and that's going to take time. And do we need to adjust our day more to accommodate, to make sure we're getting time on learning that we really want to? If we're spending, so those are kind of the control things that we can do, and then it's just getting to the.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
I also have one of the decision-making points for me was the dual curriculums for remote learning. And I don't think that goes away with our vote, but I think we do need to spend the next few weeks deciding what our approach is going to be, because that concern does not go away. And I think we have to rethink as a district our approach to remote learning, because
In a split model.
because we may be going back in the Friday, the Monday after Columbus Day, after that holiday week, or we may be staying out. And so there's still, right now, on August 6th, we now know that we are going to be out for 5 weeks after the start of school. And it could go to 10 weeks. It could go, I hope, it could go the whole year. We don't know. I hope not. So we have to, in this planning time, figure out what is our approach to this remote learning in the dual, I don't know if it's dual curriculum, parallel curriculums.
Nancy.
If I may, as I mentioned, that we just got the information yesterday, and those commercial programs, even though they do have elementary components, are usually more utilized at a secondary level. And at the elementary, it is much easier to have a teacher who is one of our own teachers teach either, as we said, if it's about 20% or a high enough percentage that it's close to a full class, to teach a remote section, one of our own teachers, and designate one of our own teachers as that. If it's a couple of kids per grade level, and some of the grade levels did show a very low desire for remote learning at the elementary, they could more easily move into the hybrid situation and just stay remote, but be part of a classroom. At the so it looks different probably, and again, this is what we're fleshing out. Probably looks very different at the elementary level. Elementary kids don't do well with remote. They need a lot more in-person, so that could we figure out a way to have a teacher either teach a class, or maybe it's two classes, maybe it's 3rd and 4th grade, and that teacher is responsible for those kids who want to stay remote, but it is a Millis teacher. That's, in our minds, much more doable. At the high school level, you have, a teacher teaching physics and biology and chemistry. And so to have, if there's a large percentage of kids who want to stay remote, that's a different discussion. How do they, and again, we just got the information yesterday, so I didn't mean to imply that that's the only possibility, because we're still figuring out, and it really depends on what percentage of parents want remote. So we would be committed to figuring out a model that works for families, and that's basically what I tried to convey at the end of the presentation, that feedback from families is very important to us, and we want to be responsive. So it also is a cost, but we're also have to stay aware of the burden for our teachers juggling all this. So I just think it's clear, it's very clear that elementary kids, especially the youngest ones, really struggle with remote learning. It's just not the best model for kids. High school kids, it's much more doable.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. It's been seconded. I guess I would, not to amend a motion, but and I don't even know if this is legal, but is there an appetite to look at the middle high schools separately and go off of what Nancy's just talked about and try to get the Clyde Brown School in as hybrid? Do we want to have a discussion around that? Or is that something?
Ask for a discussion.
Yeah. I think before
We're still in discussion.
I think before we take a vote is that, knowing that the younger kids, it's more important to face-to-face, knowing that the logistics would be easier with less burden, I don't want to say easier, but with having one school go in, and the priority being younger kids need face time with teachers, or would benefit more.
So the question I would have, would it be the whole school, right? Or is it pre-K through 3, or is it pre-K through 5? I don't know. I understand. I think there are different developmental stages. So would it be the whole school? Obviously, the best is for everyone, but we're not there. So the question would be, is it a smaller amount where you can even have more spread within the Clyde Brown, of all Clyde Brown kids, or is it the whole school?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think because we have small class sizes, 18 to 22, except immersion, but even in immersion with 25, it would be a cohort of 12 and 13. I do believe that if we were to start in a hybrid for K to 5, that would provide all the students enough time to really get connected with their teacher and their classmates, but also receive what they need to then be very much more successful in remote if we have to go remote for health reasons. I do think prioritizing our youngest children, it's clearly primary kids struggle the most. 3, 4, 5, they're learning the technology, but they benefit tremendously from also being in school, and our class sizes, thank goodness, and then the building is such that the spaces are large, so I would strongly recommend that we designate at least K to 5 as hybrid. And I would make the case that the middle school could also really benefit from the hybrid as well, and they're adopting many of the things of an elementary model. Now, granted, do we have every single little detail worked out on entry and exit? No, but we do have time, and so we could say versus, that given feedback from the committee and the parents, et cetera, and in the next survey and the questions that we've received on YouTube, that we will prioritize working on those logistics that seem to be of most concern and getting that information out to people as soon as possible, so that then they have information that they can make a commitment and feel more comfortable in their decision. But that commitment is for planning purposes, so there is nothing really that would prohibit a family from saying, I'm going to try hybrid. But then something changes, either in their family situation or the health metrics or whatever, and they say, no, we said hybrid, and for planning purposes, we need that information, but then the family obviously can choose to stay remote.
Madam Chair, one concern I have about splitting it is that it doesn't address the fact that currently the remote-only plan for a hybrid model is undefined, and it doesn't take that piece of it away. So that's one piece. The second piece is, we can say it's minor details, but it's not minor details that we can't communicate to families. We're asking them to make a decision. We can't tell them what day-to-day is going to look like. We can't.
A week from now we can.
But we have to make a decision tonight.
Yeah, but yes. But they will have more information before they make their decision. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but what if we were to say, approve an in-school hybrid experience for K to 5 with the commitment that the remote families that choose to stay remote, that we would figure out a way to have Millis staff be the teachers so that it's not a commercial program. And for K to 5, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Madam Chair, I will stay with remote only for the whole district, and if something significant changes that would, in terms of those details, where there was a plan put together, and between now and September 16th, or now and 2 weeks from, there becomes a point where logistically people have to know. So I'm not comfortable taking a vote on a model with contingencies for commitments to develop something that we don't have done. I would be more apt to entertain it again at a later meeting to change, just like we just said. I mean, we could do anything, and anything can happen in the next month. But my personal feeling is we've run out of time to wait for commitments to figure things out, unfortunately. And that's, again, we've all said it. It is not a reflection on effort or desire or anything. It's just a function of time.
And just for clarification, we have to submit all 3 plans to the state and clarify which one we're going to start with, or is that's just for us to let the...
No, we submit all 3 plans to the state with prioritizing the one that the school committee would like to. And there are two other factors that are up in the air still that we don't have the information on, but funding, there again to be determined, but the commissioner has said that the federal funding might be available only if you have some in person. Again, that is to be determined. And then I think I think it's just the one thing on the funding, but and we'll know more about the federal funding when the federal funding happens.
Is DESE looking for one approach for the whole district, or will they allow different schools to have different approaches?
They will allow different approaches for different schools.
Anyone else? So we have a motion on the table.
So we'd have to vote on the initial.
We have to vote on this. So the vote on the table is for Millis schools, all schools, to start remote with a formal review in October, knowing that if something something big were to happen, or some big swing were to happen, that we could look at it before. It's been moved and seconded. I'll ask one more time if anyone else has something. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Catalan.
I think we've said it before, and I think it's important to say that the administrators and the teachers and the support staff and everyone has done a tremendous amount of work from March 13th to today, and the work's not done. And our vote is not a reflection on their work or commitment. The vote is based on an unfolding situation that has changed and modified, and the state has not been necessarily helpful, and we're dealing with something that's out of our control. As much as everyone wants to control it, we cannot control this thing, and we're trying to make decisions that impact the safety of teachers, staff, students, family members, and so this decision, in my opinion, or I will speak for myself, was not based on the amount of work or dedication put forth by anyone, not just here, but anyone else that supported this. This was a difficult decision that was not easy and struggling. So I just want to make sure that no one reads this vote as some sort of reflection of the commitment and dedication and the hard work of the district as a whole.
And nor does the work stop here.
Nor does the work stop.
We're going to continue to work to get the kids back to school as soon as we can and as safely as we can.
Yes.
So just to reiterate that, that's our goal, is to get kids back into school as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair, a point of clarification. Some of Department of Ed has been very clear that students with high needs need
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
in
That's a very good-
service. So
that's a
I,
good clarification.
I didn't
So that, yes.
No, no, no.
didn't think of that before the wording.
Do
but-
we need to amend the motion?
Why don't we
or-
take we
What?
could take a different vote.
Yeah.
Madam,
So,
Madam Chair,
yeah.
Mr. Catalano?
I make a motion, well, and I think I have this right.
Yeah.
I make a motion that, what is it, what was the term you used? I want to use the correct term.
Actually, students
needs.
with special services, because it does include ELL.
Okay.
And it might be.
At risk too, right? with,
Particular, it might not be the level of service, it might be the type of service, so maybe
Students
just-
with special services, is that an okay term?
wording, hold
Yeah.
on.
Dr. Marks, would you?
I want to use the
Yeah,
correct term.
there's some wording in here.
Can collectively call them students with high needs
Yes.
and/or special populations.
That works.
Okay.
Perfect.
Jody, you writing down? Just students with, help me, just help me one
Special
more time. Stay
populations
6 feet
and
apart.
high needs.
Students with
High needs.
Okay.
and/or special populations.
High needs and/or special populations are allowed to engage in hybrid learning, right? It's not
They have to
full
be
in.
prioritized as to whatever services they.
Correct, okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Marks, can you help us with this?
Yes, actually,
Thank
help
you.
us.
I think the request is that you would consider allowing some students, especially high need or special populations, to receive some services in schools.
Is that,
In
Nancy,
some
is that what you
in-school
were
services.
thinking
Yes.
about?
Some
Yes.
in-school services, and that would be outlined in conjunction with the parents, et cetera.
Okay.
Yes, that's
What she said.
what she says.
Second.
You got it, Jody? Thank you, Samantha.
It's been moved and
Thank you very
seconded.
Hold
Any
on,
further
can I-
discussion?
Yeah, can I just add, just to put it on the record, I know, at least I've said it a few times, I'd also add that we are not, even though it's remote only, the buildings are all open, and that if teachers had any reason, it doesn't have to be IEP and SPED related. If there's individual contact that teachers can have by bringing a student in for extra help or any kind of, anything like that, whether it's one student, even a 1 to 2 in a
Does that
Thank
fall
you.
under this?
Dr. Mark says it falls under special population.
Okay, even if it's not,
Terminally ill, a child who's been out sick, et cetera.
okay, perfect.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to make sure that because I want, if teachers
That's
want to
fine.
do that, and they should.
So
be
the
able to.
motion is still good.
Yep.
But then the context behind
The
that.
clarification.
The clarification.
Of the
I don't think we
special
need to put
population.
that,
So Jody, you're
Jody.
okay with just,
I have the state motion that students with high need and/or special populations are allowed to receive some services in school.
correct.
Sounds very smart. That's one of the best motions of the night, yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, it's late.
Yep.
I'm gonna recommend that we put off, is there anything else that we need to
Wait,
do?
is there anything pressing that you
That we,
need?
that we
That we
can,
have
we
to
can
do?
reschedule a meeting for
Right.
another few days.
Let's see.
Minutes, Title IX,
The-
calendar.
Actually, there is a federal deadline for the sexual harassment Title IX policy, so we
Okay.
have to start the process tonight.
I'm just saying that because it's long
Yeah,
and
yeah.
somebody has to read it.
That's fine. I don't care. I'll read it.
All right, Denise, go for it.
All right, Madam
Actually,
Chair.
Madam Chair.
I'll waive the
Mr.
first reading.
Okay,
I
good.
make a motion to waive the first reading of the policy, Title IX, policy revisions, policy number 1.16.1. Glasses for home. As presented.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I read this before. I have, I hope, not a lot of questions, but this policy is coming out of a new change out of the federal DOE,
Federal law.
right? We're dealing with this at Harvard as well. My question is this exact language that is coming out of the state DESE? And if so, or if not, has it been read and reviewed and approved by our council?
It actually was developed by our council.
So they gave us this and we did not Millis did not modify in any way.
Dr. Marks, we did change Millis.
No,
obviously,
beyond the name.
That's
Was
relevant,
any,
okay.
was there any substantive changes to this policy beyond
Putting
Millis?
No, so Mr. Mulaney and I participated in a training session that was conducted by a lawyer from our firm. And at the end, they offered both protocols as well as this policy for each of the participants to be able to use in their district.
Okay. We can read it. I do have a question about the substance, but we can wait till after the reading. We have to get the reading done.
Okay.
We haven't voted on the first.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Catalano.
I make a motion to read the second engage in the second reading
Yes.
of the Millis Public Schools Sexual Harassment Title IX Policy 1.16.1.
Second.
We moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Aye.
Mr. Catalano.
Oh, I have to
I'll read. I'll read. I
read
got
half.
it nice and big on my screen.
You read half. I'll read
Okay.
the other half.
Millis Public Schools Sexual Harassment Title IX Policy. Definitions. In the employment context, sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal or physical conduct of a sexual nature constitute sexual harassment under Massachusetts law when submission to such conduct is made either explicitly or implicitly a term or condition of an individual's advancement, quid pro quo harassment. Submission to or rejection of such conduct by an individual is used as the basis for employment decisions. Such conduct interferes with an individual's job duties, or the conduct creates an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment. In the educational context, sexual harassment means conduct of the basis of sex that satisfies one or more of the following: an employee of the recipient conditioning the provision of an aid, benefit, or service of the recipient on an individual's participation in unwelcome sexual conduct, quid pro quo harassment. Unwelcome conduct determined by a reasonable person to be so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively denies a person equal access to the recipient's education program or activity, hostile environment harassment, or sexual harassment as defined in USC 1092 F6AV, dating violence as defined in 34 USC 12291A10, domestic violence as defined in 34 USC 12291A8, or stalking as defined in 34 USC 12291A30. The district will promptly investigate all allegations of sexual harassment of which it has actual knowledge and which are alleged to occur in the school's programs and activities, including locations, events, and/or circumstances in which the school district exercises substantial control in a way that is not deliberately indifferent. The following additional definitions apply. Actual knowledge means notice of sexual harassment or allegations of sexual harassment to any employee of the district, except that this standard is not met when the only official of the district with actual knowledge is the respondent, where the respondent is an employee. Imputation of knowledge based solely on vicarious liability or constructive notice is insufficient to constitute actual knowledge. Complaints will be addressed whenever the district has actual knowledge of the allegation. Administrative leave means placing an employee on leave pursuant to state law. Nothing in the Title IX regulations precludes a recipient from placing a non-student employee or respondent on administrative leave during the pendency of a grievance process, provided the Massachusetts laws are followed. Consent means cooperation in act or attitude pursuant to an exercise of free will of a conscious person with informed knowledge of the nature of the act or actions. A current or previous relationship shall not be sufficient to constitute consent. Consent will not be found when submission or the act or actions is undertaken due the influence of fear, should that say due to? But due the influence of fear, fraud, forcible compulsion, threats, and/or the complainant's possessed any legal incapacity to consent at the time of the act or actions. Consent is a defense to all types of sexual harassment. Complainant means an individual who is alleged to be the victim of conduct that could constitute sexual harassment. Deliberate indifference means a response to sexual harassment that is clearly unreasonable in light of the known circumstances. Emergency removal means the suspension or expulsion of a student on an emergency basis consistent with state law. Nothing in the Title IX regulations precludes a district from removing a respondent from the district's education program or activity on an emergency basis, provided that the district follows all procedures under Massachusetts law, undertakes an individualized safety and risk analysis, determines that an immediate threat to the physical health or safety of any student or other individual arising from the allegations of sexual harassment justifies removal, and provides the respondent with notice and an opportunity to challenge the decision immediately following the removal. Formal complaint means a document filed by a complainant or signed by the Title IX coordinator alleging sexual harassment and requesting that the district investigate the allegation of sexual harassment. Respondent means an individual who has been reported to be the perpetrator of conduct that could constitute sexual harassment. Supportive measures means non-disciplinary, non-punitive, individualized services offered as appropriate, as reasonably available, and without fee or charge to the complainant or the respondent before or after the filing of a formal complaint or where no formal complaint has been filed. Such measures are designed to restore or preserve equal access to the recipient's education program or activity without unreasonably burdening the other party, including measures designed to protect the safety of all parties or the recipient's educational environment or deter sexual harassment. Supportive measures may include counseling, extensions of deadlines, or other course-related adjustments, modifications of work or class schedules, campus escort services, mutual restrictions on contact between the parties, changes in work or housing locations, leaves of absence, increased security and monitoring of certain areas of the campus, and other similar measures. The district must maintain as confidential any supportive measures provided to the complainant or respondent to the extent that maintaining such confidentiality would not impair the ability of the recipient to provide the supportive measures. The Title IX coordinator is responsible for coordinating the effective implementation of supportive measures. Complaints and reports of sexual harassment.
Can I take over?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Complaints and reports of sexual harassment. Upon receiving actual notice of alleged sexual harassment without a formal complaint, staff members must notify the Title IX coordinator. The Title IX coordinator must then contact the complainant within 2 school days of receiving the complaint and do the following. Discuss and offer supportive measures. Consider the complainant's wishes with respect to supportive measures. Explain that supportive measures may be received with or without filing a formal complaint. Determine whether the complainant wishes to file a formal complaint, and explain to the complainant the purpose of filing a formal complaint. The Title IX coordinator must document in writing the supportive measures offered, provided, or why no supportive measures were offered, provided. Complainant and respondents must be offered supportive measures even if they do not file a formal complaint. If the complainant declines to file a formal complaint, the Title IX coordinator must consider whether to sign a formal complaint and start an investigation despite the complainant's preferences. This decision may be appropriate when safety or similar concerns lead the district to conclude that a non-deliberatingly indifferent response to actual knowledge of Title IX sexual harassment could reasonably require the school district to investigate and potentially sanction a respondent. A Title IX coordinator's decision to override the complainant's decision not to file a formal complaint must be documented in writing along with an explanation of why this decision was necessary in order to avoid deliberate indifference. Formal complaints may also be filed with the Title IX coordinator by a complainant in person, by mail or email, or by telephone at any time, including during non-business hours. The contact information for the Title IX coordinator is Millis Public Schools Director of Student Services, 7 Park Road, Millis, Mass. 02054 508 906 3521. Millis Public School High School Principal, 245 Plain Street, Millis, Mass. 02054 508 376 7010. The complainant may be written by The complaint may be written by the complainant, or it will be reduced to writing by either the school employee who receives the complaint, the building principal, or the Title IX coordinator. Whether the complaint is reduced to writing by a student, parent, or staff member, the written complaint should include the name of the complainant, the name of the alleged victim if different, the name of the respondent, the location of the school/department where the alleged discriminatory action occurred, the basis for the complaint, witnesses if any, and the corrective action the complainant is seeking. This information will be made or transferred to a discrimination harassment complaint form maintained by the district. There is no time limit or statute of limitations on the timing of a formal complaint. However, at the time of filing a formal complaint, an alleged victim may be participating or attempting to participate in a program or activity of the school district. Additionally, this district has discretion to dismiss a formal complaint where the passage of time would result in the district's inability to gather evidence sufficient to reach a determination regarding responsibility, or when the district loses responsibility for the respondent, e.g. the respondent no longer attends or is employed by the district. If the conduct alleged in the formal complaint would not constitute sexual harassment as defined in this policy, even if proved did not occur in the school district's education program or activity, or did not occur against a person in the United States, then the school district must dismiss the formal complaint under these procedures, but could investigate it under other policies and procedures. The school district must send written notice of any dismissal. Investigations to allegations of sexual harassment will be prompt, and the formal process will be completed within 60 days time frame when feasible. There may be a temporary delay of the grievance process or the limited extension of time frames for good cause with written notice to the complainant and the respondent of the delay or the extension of the reasons for the action. Good cause may include considerations such as absence of a party's advisor, or a witness concurrent law enforcement activity, or the need for language assistance or accommodation of disabilities. Written notice. Before any investigation can begin, the district must send written notice to both parties including sufficient details. Sufficient details include the identities of the parties involved in the incident, if known, the conduct allegedly constituting sexual harassment, and the date and location of the alleged incident, if known. The written notice must include a statement that the respondent is presumed not responsible for the alleged conduct, that the determination regarding responsibility is made at the conclusion of the grievance process. The written notice must inform the parties that they may have an advisor of their choice who may be, but is not required to be, an attorney, and may inspect and review evidence. The written notice must inform the parties that the district's code of conduct prohibits knowingly making false statements or knowingly submitting false information during the grievance process. If additional allegations are added during the course of the investigation, additional written notice must be provided.
Let me take it. Let me take it back?
Go ahead.
Okay. Informal resolution. Where appropriate, after notice has been issued, the Title IX coordinator should also consider offering the parties an option for informal resolution, e.g. mediation. Informal resolution may only be offered after a formal complaint is filed, and the parties must give written consent to engage in this process. Informal resolution may not be used if the allegation is against an employee respondent. Facilitators of informal resolution will be designated by the Title IX coordinator and must not be biased against any of the parties. Informal resolution is entirely voluntary. Complainants may elect to pursue formal procedures at any step in the process of making their complaint, even if informal resolution has already begun. Similarly, respondents may elect to follow formal procedures and decline informal resolution. If the complainant and the respondent feel that their grievances have been sufficiently addressed via informal resolution, then no further action needs to be taken. This voluntary conversation must occur within 5 school days after receiving the complaint of discrimination or harassment, unless both parties agree otherwise. The results of an informal resolution shall be maintained by the facilitator in writing. If the complainant is not satisfied with the resolution from the informal process, or if he/she does not choose informal resolution, then he/she can begin the formal complaint procedure described below. Investigation. If informal resolution is not offered to or accepted by the parties, the Title IX coordinator will designate an investigator and a decision maker who may not be the same person. The Title IX coordinator is free to cast himself/herself in either role where appropriate. The investigator must not be biased against any of the parties at the outset of the investigation. The investigator will be responsible for interviewing parties and witnesses, finding facts, and making determinations related to credibility, all of which will go into a written report. The investigator must avoid all questions that are protected by legal privilege unless the privilege has been waived, and should avoid asking about the complainant's sexual history unless it is directly relevant to prove consent to the conduct at issue or to prove that the conduct was committed by someone other than the respondent. Prior to completion of the investigative report, the school district will send to each party and the party's advisor, if any, the evidence subject to inspection and review in an electronic format or a hard copy, and the parties must have at least 10 days to submit a written response, which the investigator will consider prior to completion of the investigative report. The investigator must avoid making any final determinations of responsibility for sexual harassment. Findings should be written in a factual way in an investigative report. Credibility determinations may not be based on an individual's status as complainant, witness, or respondent. During the investigative process and any further hearings, complainants and respondents have a right to have advisors of their choice participate in all aspects of the proceedings. The district will provide both parties with written notice of investigative interviews, meetings, and hearings with sufficient time to prepare. Findings of responsibility. After the investigator has completed the investigation, the designated decision maker will be assigned to determine final responsibility or lack thereof for violating Title IX. The decision maker must not be biased against any of the parties at the outset of this process. Before the district can determine responsibility, an investigative report will be sent to the parties, and the decision maker will offer both the complainant and respondent the opportunity to submit proposed relevant written questions to ask of any party or witness, to respond to questions posed by another party, and to offer additional limited follow-up. Questions and evidence about the complainant's sexual predisposition or prior sexual behavior are not relevant unless such questions and evidence about the complainant's prior sexual behavior are offered to prove that someone other than the respondent committed the conduct alleged by the complainant, or if the questions and evidence concern specific incidents of the complainant's prior sexual behavior with respect to the respondent and are offered to prove consent. The decision maker or makers must explain to the party proposing the questions any decision to exclude a question as not relevant. After this process is complete, the decision maker will create a written determination regarding whether sexual harassment has occurred using a preponderance of the evidence standard. A preponderance of the evidence means that it is more likely than not that the alleged conduct occurred. The decision maker shall further recommend what action, if any, is required. If it is determined that sexual harassment occurred, it will take steps to prevent the recurrence of the harassment and correct its discretionary effect on the complainant and others if appropriate. Such remedies may include supportive measures. The written determination must be issued by both parties simultaneously and must include A, identification of the allegations potentially constituting sexual harassment. B, a description of the procedural steps taken from the receipt of the formal complaint through the determination, including any notifications to the parties, interviews with parties and witnesses, site visits, methods used to gather other evidence, and hearings held. C, findings of facts supporting the determination. D, conclusions regarding the application of the recipient's code of conduct to the facts. E, a statement of and rationale for the result as to each allegation, including a determination regarding responsibility, any disciplinary sanctions the recipient imposes on the respondent, and whether remedies designed to restore or preserve equal access to the recipient's education program or activity will be provided by the recipient to the complainant. And F, the district's procedures and permissible basis for the complainant and respondent to appeal. A copy of or direct reference to this policy will suffice. Formal disciplinary actions may be imposed in the event that the preponderance of the evidence indicates a violation of this policy, up to and including expulsion or termination. Any disciplinary action will be in accordance with due process rights under state law and any applicable collective bargaining agreement. As indicated above, these procedures do not limit the district from removing a student or employee from a program or activity on an emergency basis based on immediate threats to people's physical health or safety, or placing an employee on administrative leave during the pendency of the investigation.
I got it.
Okay.
Records. A record will be maintained for a period of 7 years of any actions, including supportive measures taken in response to a report or formal complaint of sexual harassment, and district staff will document the basis for the district's conclusion that its response was not deliberately indifferent. Training. The district will ensure that Title IX coordinators, investigators, decision makers, and any person who facilitates an informal resolution process receive training on the definition of sexual harassment, the scope of the recipient's education program or activity, how to conduct an investigation, and grievance process, including hearings, appeals, and informal resolution processes as applicable, and how to serve impartially, including by avoiding prejudgment of the facts at issue, conflicts of interest, and bias. The district will ensure that decision makers receive training on any technology to be used in interviews and on issues of relevance of questions and evidence, including when questions and evidence about the complainant's sexual predisposition or prior sexual behavior are not relevant. The district also must ensure that investigators receive training on issues of relevance to create an investigative report that fairly summarizes relevant evidence. Any materials used to train Title IX coordinators, investigators, decision makers, and any person who facilitates an informal resolution process must rely on sex stereotypes and must not rely on sex stereotypes and must promote impartial investigations and adjudications of formal complaints of sexual harassment. These trainings will be posted on the school district's website. Appeals. Any party may appeal the decision in writing by the superintendent within 15 school days of receipt of the findings of the formal procedure or a dismissal on the following basis: procedural irregularity that affected the outcome of the matter, new evidence that was not reasonably available at the time the determination regarding responsibility or dismissal was made that could affect the outcome of the matter, and the Title IX coordinator, investigators, or decision makers had a conflict of interest or bias for or against complainants or respondents generally, or the individual complainant or respondents that affected the outcome of the matter. The school district will notify the other party in writing when an appeal is filed and implement appeal procedures equally for both parties. Both parties will have a reasonable equal opportunity to submit a written statement in support of or challenging the outcome. The superintendent or designee, as a further impartial decision maker, will review the comprehensiveness and accuracy of the investigation and the conclusions and issue written findings to both the complainant and respondent within 30 school days of the appeal. Contact information for the superintendent. Superintendent of Schools, Millis Public Schools, 245 Plain Street, Millis, Mass. 508-376-7001. External grievance procedure. Any student, parent, or employee who chooses not to use the district's internal grievance procedures or who is not satisfied with the district's internal grievance procedures may file a complaint of discrimination or harassment with an appropriate state or federal agency. For complaints related to discrimination, harassment of students, the Office for Civil Rights, U.S. Department of Education, 5 Post Office Square, 8th floor, Boston, Mass. 02109-3921, 617-289-0111, fax 617-289-0150, TDD line 877-521-2172, or the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination, 1 Ashburton Place, 6th floor, room 601, Boston, Mass. 02108, 617-994-6000, TDTIY, 617-994-6196. For complaints related to discrimination or harassment of parents, the Office of Civil Rights, U.S. Department of Education, 5 Post Office Square, 8th floor, Boston, Mass. 02109-3921, 617-289-0111, fax 617-289-0150, TDD 877-521-2172. For complaints related to discrimination or harassment of employees, the Office for Civil Rights, U.S. Department of Education, 5 Post Office Square, 8th floor, Boston, Mass. 02109-3921, 617-289-0111. Fax 617-289-0150, TDD 877-521-2172, or the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination, 1 Ashburton Place, 6th floor, room 601, Boston, Mass. 02108. 617-994-6000, TIY line 617-994-6196, or the the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission, John F. Kennedy Federal Building, 475 Government Center, Boston, Mass. 02203, 1-800-669-4000. Referral to law enforcement other agencies. Some alleged conduct may constitute both a violation of district policies and criminal activity. The building principal, coordinator, superintendent, or designee will refer matters to law enforcement and other agencies as appropriate under the law or district policy, and inform the complainant / alleged victim of the right to file a criminal complaint. Retaliation. Complainants and those who participate in the complaint resolution process or who would otherwise oppose in a reasonable manner an act or policy believed to constitute discrimination are protected from retaliation by law and district policy. The coordinator or designee will inform all involved individuals that retaliation is prohibited, and that anyone who feels that they have experienced retaliation for filing a complaint or participating in the resolution process should inform the coordinator. The coordinator will investigate reports of retaliation, and where retaliation is found, take separate remedial and disciplinary action. Exactly what we want to do after a 4,
later.
how many minutes?
It was at least 15 minutes.
At least.
I can't wait for Robin and Mark to read. Fourth reading.
Next time.
Next time.
You got to get 2 bottles of water. My God.
Yeah, serious, right? Masks don't help.
So I do have. We're not addressing it tonight. For the next reading, I don't know what the policy's name is, Jody, but we have a policy on, it's not crime in the schools, but we wrote a policy about crimes and violence in the school or working with the police. I don't know what the name of it is. I have it. It's in the policy book. It was a new policy, and there's a discussion about when criminal activity occurs on campus or in the school, that we contact the police. And I know I know that this was written by the lawyers, but here's my concern. This is what I read. Some alleged conduct may constitute both the violation of district policies and criminal activity. The building principal, coordinator, superintendent, or designee will refer matters to law enforcement and other agencies as appropriate under the law or district policy, and inform the complainant / alleged victim of the right to file a criminal complaint. I want to see what it says in the other policy, because I think it needs to be clear that if a rape occurs on this campus, we're not going to not report that to the Millis PD. And that's not implying that anyone here would do that, but these policies live for years and decades, and I think it's important that
We make that clarification.
we make that clarification. And I think we do in the other policy.
What page is that on, Steve?
That's the last page.
Last page.
It's under referral to law enforcement, other agencies.
Okay.
Will refer to matters to law enforcement and other as appropriate. And that word is, I don't think it's intentionally loose, but I want to make sure we clarify that, because we can change language, or we can make sure that the other policy is strong enough that it's not loose for this one.
Question, do you think the phrase "or district policy" covers it? If our other one says.
I think it could. I want to see what
Okay.
the other policy says.
Okay.
Because there are very few mass general laws that require. You have a 51A, but that's related to someone who's in danger, mostly in the family setting. It's not necessarily related to a peer. So
Okay.
I want to make sure that we're covering and that we're not opening ourselves up to.
I'll
Sure.
check with our council.
But can we also bring that policy regardless of what the council says to the next?
We'll look for that.
And if you can't find it, I'll look it up, but I think it was,
Here's the paper version.
I do, actually I do, I have paper.
Okay,
Look at all my paper.
shall we call it a night?
I brought paper, yes,
Nothing
please.
else is essential tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, when are we meeting next? Do we have a
Tomorrow.
next meeting? Do we have a
Tomorrow
next,
noon.
do we have a next meeting on the calendar?
We don't.
Okay.
We should probably get one on there to try to take care of this stuff. So why don't I send a note around to you guys all tomorrow about potential next meeting in
Thank
2 weeks, unless you need something sooner.
If it's a quick, just a kind of a couple things, maybe we can Zoom?
If it's a quick.
Like just a, yeah, if it is,
If it's a quick, just to get some,
yes,
you know,
to update the calendar or the policy,
yeah.
maybe, that's just my suggestion.
It is easier in the summer. Does anyone want to adjourn?
Second.
So moved. Thank you.